We all here to see B-Eazy. We wanna listen to B-Eazy. Ayy, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. Subscribe to the channel, it's easy to do. If you care, then go ahead and share this fire content, extraordinarily rare. That's why I put that on my mama, he is that dude. And I put that on my daddy, he is that dude. So.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, B-Eazy that dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about he already did do. Now it's time to soak a game, he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one will be a banger. Controversial topic, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting, but before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit ya.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても時間のぐらいです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶっとこっち見ない。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, moving for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no-ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really in me. My pimp ain't international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of better.
And we are activated, and we've already been joined by some illustrious guests. John Cien, one of the coldest, dopest, and the realest with a pen. And we got the 504 boy, Woody, my New Orleans family in the building. Salute to y'all. We gonna get right into this thing, because you know I don't like to keep y'all waiting. Bada boom, bada bam. You see it on your face, and I know a lot of you guys is, you know, you love the snow, so you like, oh my God, who is that? You feel me? I'm gonna let you know who this is. Let me just take this banner down and let me go ahead and swap that. When worshiping whiteness goes terribly wrong, delusions of divester grandeur. Now we gonna get into it. Now here, this is not for me to scold anyone based on their interracial dating, mating practices and proclivities. Love who you love, be with who you want to be with, but don't disparage your own community. Don't disparage other communities to try to worship this mythical aura of, you know, dub supremacy. Now let's get into this. Now this lady on the screen goes by the name of Courtney Clenney. She is a OnlyFans dot, you know, a Barbie bimbo, you feel me, who was busting it open. I don't know, maybe some of y'all cats will sub to her, I don't know, you feel me. Let's get into it. This is going to be a prelude to the discussion. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney will spend just 2 more years behind bars after she accepted a plea deal and was sentenced in the 2022 unaliving of her boyfriend Christian Toby Obumseli. Now, Obumseli, you know that's not a freedman name, but hey, we all black, so we're not supposed to say anything. I'm not trying to be divisive. I'm just trying to be distinct. I'm trying to be specific. So with a name like Christian Obumseli, we know that he has some sort of African ancestry and foreign lineage, which there's nothing wrong with it. We're just talking about specificity, and it will come up later in this discussion. Now, during a court hearing on Monday, August 10th, prosecutors and her attorneys revealed that Clenney, 30, was ultimately charged with manslaughter with a deadly weapon as part of a plea deal. Now, remember, our young brother Carmelo Anthony, he was charged with first-degree unaliving when he defended himself from a larger, thuggish acting athletic bully, right? And they said, no, he knew what he was going to do, and they gave him 35 years. They could have gave him manslaughter with a deadly weapon and gave him the same 6 years. Even within that unaliving statute, they still could have gave him 6 or 10 years. They chose to throw the book at him and give him 35 for him defending himself. And then they say, hey, why are you making it about race? Of course it is about race. But here we have this Lily Dub woman unaliving her, her tether boyfriend, Christian. And I'm going to explain to you why he's a tether. He's not a tether because has a foreign background. It's just because he was a disgusting anti-black individual who didn't deserve to meet the demise that he met. Now, prior to accepting the deal, Clenney had been facing a second-degree unaliving charges after she fatally stabbed Obumseli in their Miami high-rise apartment. And he was only 27, a young soul lost. Unfortunately, him worshiping Dub Cooch, Pink Punani, had something to do with it. And of course, this deranged Karen who chimped out. Judge Andrea Ricker Wolfson ultimately sentenced Clenney to 6 years behind bars with time served. So remember, she chimped out and violently unalived her Nigerian boyfriend, and the judge said, you know what? 6 years is sufficient. Now, Clenney is expected to be behind bars for about 2 more years because she's already served 4 years after her arrest in 2022. With credits, she could be released in over a year and a half, and she has 2 years remaining. I highly doubt she'll serve the other 2 years. Look at this chick. She's going to cry some dub tears. You feel me? The dub tears are going to be flowing, and she's going to say, hey, if you guys, release me early, I have some exclusive OnlyFans content that I'll release to you. I'm sure that alone sounds funny, but I'm sure that alone might get her released early. Or if if she's an OnlyFans model, who knows what she's been doing behind bars, right? So maybe, she can use some of her skills and that might help her get out. Obviously, her being and she's being portrayed as the victim of this all. She unalived a Nigerian dude, and somehow she's the victim of this all. Welcome to America. This is what you call dub privilege. This is what you call dub supremacy, right? As previously reported, Clenney was arrested just days after Christian was unalived on April 3rd, 2022. An autopsy report revealed that he was unalived from a single 3-inch deep stab wound to the chest that punctured his subclavian artery. She claimed to have unalived him in self-defense, alleging that she threw a knife at him during an altercation. So she lied. She tried to make it seem like she was some ninja, and she ninja starred the knife, and it perfectly went through the air and was perfectly embedded into the middle of his chest with enough force to go 3 inches deep. I mean, who are we kidding? I know a lot of people have seen these movies, and you watched Elektra and Wonder Woman, and just stop. Now, Clenney claimed that Christian was abusive, and at least 9 times over the course of their relationship. She also alleged that he punched her in the face and fractured her ribs just months before he was unalive. Now, if he did this, why didn't she call the cops, and why was she still with him? And then it comes into the Me Too when she was a victim, and sometimes she's afraid, and you don't know what it's like having a big scary black African man and all this stuff. It's like, just cut it out. You're a Lily W who was on OnlyFans busting it open. Plenty people, she unalived this dude and they still see her as a victim. So prior to her unaliving him, she was seen as a victim. Why didn't she call the cops? You mean to tell me this Lily W woman has none of her family members, right? This is in Florida. None of her family members. She couldn't call none of her family members who has firearms that can come over here and check this dude if he was really that violent. You think that she couldn't have called the cops? They would have sent this dude away a long time ago. So he's over here allegedly punching her in the face, breaking her ribs, and she still sticks around with them. Okay. Now, prior to the unaliving, Clenney had a large following on social media. She had over 2 million followers on Instagram, and she also had a popular presence on OnlyFans. She was one of the, sought after people busting it open on OnlyFans. So that's a prelude to the discussion. But why did I call this Christian dude a tether? We're going to get into that. And of course, we've been joined by Last Call. What it do, bruh? Mr. Midnight Soul chatting from an undisclosed location in Northern America. And we've got the marvelous my boo. What it did do? I salute to y'all. Now you say he was a tether, a Nigerian creature, so that's on him. Who cares? I'm going to get into that. I will get into that. But before I get into that, I'm going to let the Honorable Tariq Nasheed address some of this. So let's break some of this down.
Is now on her way to state prison for stabbing her boyfriend at their Edgewater condo. NBC6 reporter Christian Colom joins us now with the shocking conclusion.
From OnlyFans model to convicted killer, Courtney Clenney is now on her way to prison after pleading guilty to fatally stabbing her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli.
You're facing up to 30 years in the state prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still wish to plead guilty?
I do.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty, or you believe this is in your best interest?
Yes,
Clenney, who was facing up to 30 years in prison, accepted a plea deal, 6 years in state prison, followed by 5 years of probation, with credit for the 4 years she's already served and the possibility the OnlyFans model will be a free woman in less than 2 years.
Courtney has a future ahead of her. As her father, I'm looking forward to that day that she can begin rebuilding her life. I'm looking forward to the day I can sit across from her face to face and hug her and tell her how much I love her.
The victim's family agreed to the plea deal, and in court, they took the time to honor their loved one killed at the hands of the woman he loved.
The birthdays, the holidays, we will not celebrate with him. The conversations we will never have. The person he would have continued to become, those losses continue much longer after today's court case ends.
And Christian, Clenney took responsibility, but she's still claiming she's the victim. Can you explain?
That's right. Today, Clenney's parents telling us that their daughter was the true victim of a domestic very violent relationship in this case, telling us that they say that Christian choked her that day, which forced her to stab him to death. We'll have more on that part of the story coming up tonight at 5 o'clock. I'll send it back to you guys.
Speaking of continental Africans, though, did y'all see the case?
So I'm going to react to this video from Tariq Nasheed, and I will be bouncing back and forth like this. And again, so she's saying that she's the true victim of this all. Are you kidding me? So literally, she unalived this person, but somehow she's the victim? Could y'all make this make sense? Let me see what the chat is saying. And shout out to my hit the like button. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. This may not be monetized because YouTube, even if even if I am like monetized, like I don't even know how long that will be, because they be like shady with my content, right? If I don't talk about like a bunch of disgusting, degenerate stuff, have some endless, aimless debates, a lot of my content is not monetized. Like they're saying, oh, it's not advertiser friendly. Then some streams where I be kind of going off, I'm like, how did they make this one advertiser friendly but not this one? So I'm not expecting to get any monetization for this, but you can always hit me on the Cash App, at least like the stream, you know what I mean? That's free. It won't cost you a fee. Tell a friend to tell a friend, engage with the chat. All of these things are ways of support that won't cost you anything financially. So now, when we're dealing with this dude, Christian, who was unfortunately unalived by this OnlyFans Karen, her name is Courtney Clenney, but she was a Karen Clenney. They're painting her out to be a victim and saying that, oh my God, she was abused that day. She was choked that day. If she was choked that day, why didn't she get out the house? She doesn't say that she was choked that day and then she was held hostage. Let's just say that she was allegedly choked, right? So if she was choked, why didn't she get out the house? Why didn't she call her parents? You saw those parents crying and weeping, saying how much they love their daughter. Wouldn't their parents have made sure that the cops had got over there expeditiously to prevent and mitigate any other violence their daughter would have allegedly faced and endured? So it's not making sense. So she was choked that day, but she chose to stay with him, fight with him, and then end up stabbing him. Okay. Does it really make sense to you? Not really, but let's get in a little bit further into this.
Of y'all remember Christian Obumseli? Y'all remember the Nigerian dude who was dating the white tea woman, Courtney Clenney, and she jugged him, she poked him. Oh, did y'all see what was going on with that story? Well, let me refresh people who don't know. Oh, well, she got a slap on the wrist. Boy, she got a slap on the wrist. Now, for those who don't know what's happening, April 3rd, 2022, Clenney and her dude, Obumseli, who's Nigerian, they got into an argument inside the luxury high-rise apartment out there in the Miami Edgewater area. And Clenney, who's an OnlyFans chick, she jugged old boy in the chest with a kitchen knife. So they took him to the hospital and he was unalived. And Clenney's original story was that, you know, she admitted using the knife, but she said it was self-defense. She told investigators Obumseli attacked her and that she threw the knife at him from 10 feet away. And the prosecutors, they said, hey, we questioned that account because the knife penetrated like 3 inches into his body. That's kind of deep. That you didn't throw nothing that went in that dude's body like that. So they were like, yeah, that's inconsistent with you just tossing a knife from across the room. You see? So, you know, Clenney had been an aggressor against the dude for a minute. He was whooping on him, punching on him and all that. And she was going to try to say the opposite.
So there's a lot of footage of this dude getting beat on by this chick, and we'll get into it a little bit further. This Nigerian dude, he despised black women. He had a disdain for specifically black Americans. He had a superiority complex, what I often call, and it's not just with some Africans, it's with many immigrants, not all, but many. There's a form of immigrant exceptionalism because, of course, you know, a bunch of the corporations, Chamber of Commerce, the politicians, you know, they hype them up. This is a nation of immigrants, all this stuff built by immigrants, which is a lie, you know what I mean? But it's a form to pandering to further cement the model minority myth and that they work so much harder and all this stuff, and without them we will collapse, right? So many of these people come over, even these melanated people, they come over and believe that, hey, we're better than the Akata, the Abi, the Jarir, the Yank and all this stuff. But at the same time, while they think they're better than us, they have a disdain for themselves, for people that look like them. So the self-loathing leads to the dub worshiping. So anytime they see a Karen, a Barbara, a Joanne, they want to just bow down and drink their bath water. It's rather pathetic and rather disgusting, but this is what we're dealing with, the toxic tethered nature of many in the so-called diaspora. And this man mentality is very pervasive amongst the foreign population, and the people who disagree with it, they're too afraid to speak out. So silence becomes complicity, right? If you knew there was a funny uncle who liked to caress kids, you know what I mean? And you never touched a kid, but you never said anything about your funny uncle, silence becomes complicity, right? So many people know that their family members are anti-black, have this disdain, but they say, oh, well, that's my family member, so I can't say anything. So nothing will ever change. And then they start saying, why are you guys still complaining about the same thing from years and decades ago? It's because you're too afraid and too intellectually cowardly to address it, right? So this Christian Tether dude, he was over there praising white mommy and daddy. He loved the white cooch, and hey, that's fine, bruh. I'm not the penis or the punani police, right? If he wants to love on, a Karen, bruh, I wish him the best. But when you start denigrating your own women and other women of other races just to uplift another one, that's where it becomes intellectually dishonest and cowardly. And that's exactly what this dude did. There's a bunch of dudes out there in the manosphere, which I call the coonisphere and the clownosphere, right? A bunch of red pill wackos, right? And they'll tell you how black women have all these attitudes and you can't get with a black woman because they got attitudes. And then this dude shamed and shunned and gave the black woman the Heisman stiff arm. Then he got with a white woman who had a worse attitude than any black woman that he's been with. No black woman unalived this dude, but the white women, the lily doves that he was worshiping, they did. So they love to say black women in bonnets and furry slippers. Well, a black woman in a bonnet who occasionally wears furry slippers, that's not who unalived this Nigerian dude. Some would call it irony.
That she feared for her safety and all this stuff. But anyway, when she went on trial, she was going to go on trial for second-degree murder. I love TikTok Shop. But she pleaded guilty to the reduced charge of manslaughter with a deadly weapon. And the thing is, they gave her a sentence with the plea deal. The sentence was 6 years plus 5 years probation, along with a mental health evaluation, treatment for substance abuse, and treatment after release. They said she can't financially profit from the case under the terms of the deal. And she's already spent 4 years locked up waiting on trial. So she's only going to do 2 years at the most, if she does that. All right. So she got a slap on the wrist. And here's the thing. Obumseli's family approved of the plea deal. That's the thing that a lot of folks ain't talking about.
And since a lot of people aren't talking about it, I will talk about it. So again, there's nothing to see here. And this is to Obumseli's family, since Christian is not here. To the Obumseli family, I gotta hit ya.
What? How please?
Nigga, please.
How? Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
What?
So again, this Nigerian family is over there wanting justice for their poor little baby who was unalived by this kooky Karen. But then they accepted this plea deal. Interesting. So if they're okay with it, what did they say? If they like it, I love it. There's nothing to see here. No protest, no outrage. If they're fine with it, I'm good. Nothing left to see here. Let's wrap. We will be wrapping this up quickly. The family approved of the deal. She's only got 6 years, which means she's already did time served. 4 years, so she'll only have to serve less than 2 years for unaliving their poor baby. And they approved it. Okay, well, all right, thumbs up, bucko, and we're out of here.
The family of Obumseli, the Nigerian family, approved of the deal. ladies and gentlemen. All right. Now, don't forget with this family. Now, some of y'all might not remember this family. They're Nigerian. Obumseli, the dude, they were online because we dug up some of their old tweets. That whole family was online talking greasy about Black Americans. Y'all remember? That family, boy, the Obumseli, that dude was online talking so greasy. We were all types of Akatas. They were calling us Akatas, thugs. They were really going in on Black women. Hood rat baby mamas, and he was bragging about how he loved white women. Ooh, I love a white woman. Oh, I don't want these hood rats. Ooh, give me where the white women at. I mean, he was showing out on social media, and his family was too. Because we saw his family's tweets. They were talking the same damn way. How many of y'all remember that? Some of y'all don't remember. We do. Some of the family in here remember. And not only that, some of y'all might have forgot. The brother, when the case went down, his brother had to come out and make a statement and basically kind of apologize for all of that Sambo gibberish he was talking. His brother put out a statement. His brother was like, what did he say? He said, as a family, we strongly disagree with the ignorant and repulsive tweets from my then high school age brother that has recently surfaced. Yeah, the brother name was Jeffrey Obumseli. And he was like, yeah, however, the tweets do not diminish our demand for a thorough investigation into my brother's murder. And that does not negate the necessity for justice. Oh, they got to splaining. Yeah, oh, they were splaining. Yeah, the brother. Go look up what I'm saying. Look up Jeff Obumseli, Obumseli. Yeah, he had to basically try to apologize for that Sanborn, but hell, it was the rest of the family doing it too. You're not gonna just put it on him. The whole family was talking greasy about Black Americans for years. Yeah. And family, you know what's interesting? That's why, ladies and gentlemen, that family had to take that plea deal. I want y'all to understand that family had to take a plea deal. Why? They didn't have us backing them up. You understand? They did not have foundational Black Americans backing their asses up. You see? I'm telling you, if we ain't in the mix, you fucked. Oh, they didn't have the halo effect. See, for decades, man, foundational Black American cultural dominance, that acted as the massive unpaid public relations for everybody Black, through music, fashion, just different movements, everything. You understand? Everything. And we are the grassroots vanguard. See, when the dominant society's justice system tries to sweep a Black victim under the rug, the only thing that forces their hand is the foundation of Black American grassroots infrastructure. We're the ones who organize the rallies. We shut down the intersections. We apply relentless political pressure on state attorneys, just like we're doing with Brother Carmelo. You see, the grassroots are really rallying behind Carmelo to produce justice for him. We didn't let that case, we didn't let him just get railroaded. We're still fighting for that brother.
And the same thing that you see with Nolan Wells, even though we don't even know if Nolan Wells identified as black, we don't even care. We like, bruh, phenotypically he presents, his dad is Black. We don't care if Nolan Wells is biracial, even though the Asians ain't stomping and stepping for Nolan Wells. We'll say, man, damn, now we gonna step for him. You know what I mean? There's no history of Nolan Wells having these disgusting tweets about Black women, even though, he lived in it looked like a predominantly white neighborhood. The women in question that he was having at least relationships with, cordial or whatever it may be, appeared to be non-Black women, but we don't know if these were his girlfriends or anything. You know what? We didn't care about none of that. If you look at Carmelo Anthony, he grew up in Frisco, Texas. That's not a predominantly black city. We didn't care about none of that. We saw our brother being railroaded and we said we have to stand up for him, right? This Nigerian brother, on the other hand, unfortunately, people didn't want to see him unalived, but there's a reason why people are not crashing out. His family isn't crashing out for him. His family had to come and apologize for the disgusting things that they said that their brother or their family member said, but it wasn't just them. It was all of them, right? So this whole we all black and we all the same, it's like, no, these people come over here telling us that we're not the same. And then we were the only ones saying, yeah, no, we're all the same. And they kept saying, no, we're not. And then finally, when we say, you know what, you're right, we're not the same, suddenly we become divisive, right? So I wish this didn't happen to this dude, but there's nothing left to see here. There's nothing left to talk about. The dude was over here worshiping Snow Bunny Cooch, and unfortunately, he was unalived by snow bunnies. He wanted to drink their bath water. He wanted to take their toe jam and spread it on some Ritz crackers and eat it. This is the level of worship that he had for the dominant DUBS society. And it was that same society the reason why he's not here. He despised black people. He has particularly hated black women. And it was the woman that he was groveling to that was the reason that he met his demise. Is unfortunate and rather disgusting. But that's all I got for this particular story. I'm going to go ahead and pivot. This story I was going to do on my last stream, which my last stream, they said it was ineligible because it wasn't advertiser friendly. And my last stream, all I did was talk about how, essentially all politics is identity politics. I talked about how there's a particular chosen demographic of people, you know what I mean? And those people, even if they are a very teeny tiny percent of the population, we always have to focus on them. We always have to focus on this chosen state, this chosen nation in the Middle East, right? They want you to pretend as if this particular chosen Star of David nation in the Middle East is more important than you being able to afford gas, you being able to put your kids through college, right? But we've been joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Low. I appreciate you. And like I said, I'm up here. This stream is most likely will not be monetized. So if you do want to make a contribution, hey, hit your boy with something. But if you're unable or unwilling to, you can always hit the like button. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Now I'm going to transition and pivot to the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso. Poetik Flakko. That was going to be my other story. But like I was saying, on my last stream, which they said is ineligible, I talked about this other toxic, spicy Latina who she was crowned Miss North Carolina, but she was stripped of the title because she had a history of saying disgusting racial slurs and epithets. And apparently they said that she said some homophobic and transphobic stuff too. So I really think she got canned for the transphobic and homophobic stuff. However, since it was sprinkled in with her disparaging black people and dropping a bunch of N-bombs, they said, no, you're up out of there. Well, YouTube said this is ineligible for advertisers. It's like, okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? But it's crazy though. Like if you're not talking about some BS and yelling and talking about black on black crime and degeneracy and stuff, then, it's hard for you to get some advertiser friendly monetized streams. But the thing is, I haven't even never really been monetized like that. So I don't get my bread buttered from YouTube. So I'm going to just continue to talk about the topics that I want to talk about. And hopefully y'all, still support me, right? So let's get into this, right? I'm just going to pull up the video, but before I pull up the video, I'm going to hit you with a 30-second visual so that y'all can like the stream, and I'll pull up this video. Uno momento.
Hey, we all like B-Eazy. matter of fact, we love B-Eazy, believe me. He really that dude. So B-Eazy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be really that dude. B-Eazy that dude. Don't leave your girl around, B-Eazy. If she bad, he might bang her. But let's get back to the content because this another banger. Tune right in to B-Eazy Dat Dude. If you're feeling him, hit the like then. B-Eazy. Ooh, he is that dude.
Okay, so we're back at it. And salute to all of y'all that's viewing this live concurrently and that will be watching this on the replay. So I'm going to react to a content creator. Salute to this brother, Jew Almighty. So you can watch this video uninterrupted on his page. He has another video that he did about Flakko prior to this, but I'm going to just react to this one. And then he had a debate with Flakko. It was supposed to be a debate, but it seemed more like a discussion where Flakko was just backtracking and kind of tether babbling. But we'll get into that. So if you want to watch this video uninterrupted, it's at Jew Almighty's channel. So go subscribe to that brother. This video is titled Poetik Flakko or Poetik Fatso just got exposed for grifting off the Black community. Now, sometimes people use that word very loosely and inappropriately, but I would think that it was appropriately used when it comes to Poetik Fatso. Now let's get into it.
Flakko was being exposed for being a grifter to the Black community.
So Jolly used to be racist. He used to align himself with racists. He used to talk really highly of racist white people.
He's white. He's a white supremacist, but he's Mexican. Okay, I can deal with him because he keeping a buck. I'm for purizing America, getting rid of every other race, all the months, get rid of them. I'm all for that. Open and honest. Like saying, yo, I voted for Trump because Trump reminded me of what the good old days were like.
With several clips resurfacing of him glazing Trump.
What people who look like us went through in this country, you understand this, and you still decided to go to that vote and vote for Donald Trump.
I enjoy and love Trump, right? I feel like Trump is a wonderful person to me.
Which is honestly a crazy switch up to the guy we see today who's coming off as super pro-Black, standing up against Chud the Builder, trying to get to the bottom of the Nolan Wells case.
The trajectory I'm on right now and the mission I'm on right now, bro, is Black prosperity, is Black liberation, bro.
It definitely gives you whiplash. It makes you wonder what this guy actually...
So just to be clear, and this is why people keep doing this stuff. So Flakko is Liberian, so he's African, truly from the motherland, right? And there's nothing wrong with being Liberian, nothing wrong with being African, but he's African and he keeps talking about Black prosperity, bro. Why aren't you talking about African prosperity? You're African, bro. You should be trying to build up Africa. Instead, he's trying to pretend like I'm about Black prosperity. So he's pretending as if he's some Pan-Africanist that wants to uplift Black people everywhere. Bro, you're African. How about you start uplifting Africa? He's probably, I know he's made hundreds of thousands of dollars as late, probably millions, you know what I mean? Or at least $1 million, you know what I mean? Off of his recent grifting of the Black community and pretending as if he's so pro-Blackity, Black, that's fine. But him and like many of these lefty lunatics, the wacky liberals and all this other stuff who tries to ethnically erase us, right? He's trying to pretend as if Blackness and being African is synonymous. It's not. You've been convinced, inundated, and indoctrinated to believe that. But then when you go to Africa, they love to say this. It's 54 countries, or you can say 55 if you count South Sudan, right? They're saying that they're very culturally diverse. They're ethnically and phenotypically diverse. So when he's talking about he wants to uplift Black people, who exactly is he talking about? And if he's talking about Black Americans, then Who is he including in the Black Americans? Everyone is a Black American. So they pivot back and forth and say, we're all African. So why isn't he talking about African prosperity as an African? The same thing that the Black Brits do. Many of them are actually African, have a place that they can trace back to, a specific place. Nigeria, Cameroon, Senegal, they have a specific place, and they abdicate their ethnic national specificity to try to go under a banner of Blackness because it gives them proximity to us. There's really no other reason to do that, because they try to tell us, hey, you don't know who you are, you don't know where you're from, but then they want you to claim a place that you allegedly don't know where you're from. Well, claim all of it, but that's not what they do. If all of Africa claimed all of Africa, there would be no need for these passports and borders amongst the 54 countries, right? If it's 154, like Godfrey and the other dude wants to make it, then they should be there pushing that here. You're not going to unite Africa from the comfort of America. So here you have Poetik Flakko, a Liberian African, pretending as if he's about Black unity, but he's done nothing to unite people in his own homeland. And it was just months ago that he was on some toxic tethering. Now we're supposed to believe that what? He's seen the light? Okay.
Stands for. And is he genuine about his support for the Black community?
Vote for my personal interest. My personal interest will benefits me. All right. When I was down, talking about in the trenches, bro, give me the handouts. Now I got a career and got something to go for myself. Hey, bro, I'm trying to protect my income.
But I'm Jew. Welcome to the channel. Please like and share the video. Don't forget to sub. Now let's get into it. So I was actually updating the Almighty Shop last night with some new drops. Any anti-Black takes or has a history of saying anti-Black stuff or things against the Black.
And go follow this channel, Point and Shoot Forever. It looks like they were the one who found a lot of the receipts to expose Poetik Flakko. And I don't know why y'all even sub to this dude. I never subbed to bro at all. Like, his content just wasn't really that interesting to me. That's just me personally. It's not hating or anything, but it's like, it wasn't like bro was dropping heavy game. He was just reacting to a lot of stuff, but not giving a very astute analysis, bro. It was, you know, kind of rudimentary at best, but you know, that's just my perspective. He can think the same about me. But if Flakko ever wanted to debate, I usually have discussions, but Flakko, if you ever wanted to debate, I'll be on cam, ain't dunking no smoke, and I'll, you know, obliterate and destroy you respectfully, because I saw how you debate, bruh, and rather pathetic to say the least.
Community in favor of white supremacy, MAGA, Trump, any of that.
So Jala has had this uprise, as many of you already know, and he's reinvented himself as this anti-racist, pro-Black.
So shout out to Mr. 350, the big block boat rider, and Big Rig. If you want to chop it, just let me know. I'm over here discussing and exposing the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso. I mean, Flakko, right? So for too long, cats have been giving them a pass. They look, oh my God, look how much. Oh, wow. Hey, bruh, my other stream, my other one, I was going in and they were like, this is ineligible for ads, bro. So this one, I don't know how many ads, bro. I just got to tip my hat right now because I'm monetized, but bro, it may only be for like a week. Because remember, I got monetized before. Then they like shadow banned me and took it. So, you know, they monetized me again, but they might take it again, bro. So like I said, you can hit me on the Cash App and then, you know, like the stream, share me out. You know, these things that help the shadow ban and overcome, you know, the YouTube algorithm wars that they play with my channel. But it's all good. I'm a man of the people, so I'm here regardless. But I appreciate you, Big Rig. But let's get back into this video, though. The toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso.
anti-white supremacist guy.
I cook him. I cook the racist white dude.
You know, I've been covering Jala for many years, and this is not the Jala that I know.
Frederick Jala is my real name.
$2,500 for
This
the
is a
box.
different Jala. So totally different Jala. Before the Jala I know is an openly racist bigot.
So I guess his name is Jala, or is they saying T'Challa or Jala? Apparently, you know, Poetik Flakko's name is Jala. That's what they keep saying, Jala. You feel me? Jello Jala. Let's just call him that. So let's see what Jello Jala has to say.
And everyone knew he was open about it.
Some blue, purple, wide nose, pink lip nigga was us scamming them good white folks, my nigga. Fuck that nigga, man.
That definitely sounds anti-black as fuck to me.
You know, Trap Lord Ross the Bridge.
The other thing too, this is why when some people say, hey, bruh, for one, we don't want to hear any non-black person say that. Some people have extended it and say, bro, we don't want to hear any non-freedmen, any non-FBA saying nigga, because even now, you know, Godfrey has been engaging in, you know, very tether behavior, but at least Godfrey or Godfrey, who's a Nigerian, at least he did say he doesn't say the N-word, especially at his jokes, you know what I mean? Because he said a lot of his audience is white. So in order for him to say the N-word, you know, he has to get a lot of people laughing. And I'm paraphrasing, right? It's hard to decipher whether they're laughing with you or laughing at you, right? But that specific epithet was rooted here in America, right? It comes from Black American culture. But what people try to do, like all of our culture, when we create something, once we cultivate something, and once we take something and popularize it, then everyone thinks, well, hey, I got melanin, or I immigrated from a different country and moved next to you. So now I can just adopt your mannerisms. I can take your words. It just doesn't sound right when non-FBA say nigga. It just doesn't, right? And when you do sound like a quote unquote nigga, it's because you have a black scent. You're cosplaying, you're tethering onto something you're not. You know what I mean? You know, if you want to speak like a quote unquote Hispanic or Mexican, you would have to change your voice and vernacular. Hello, my name is Bernardo, and I would like some horchata and some tacos barilla, right? You would have to kind of change the way you speak, because that's not your natural tongue. The way these cats say nigga is like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like Michael Blackson, what is this shit, nigga? You know what I mean? What is this nigga? You know what I mean? Like nigga, like I never grew up saying nigga. I'm just saying, bro, it don't even really sound the same. And you're forcing yourself to try to sound like us, bro, to try to sound cool. But at the same time, you're trying to say, oh, hey, I'm not really a nigga though. I'm a nigga. No. I'm not a nigga. I'm a Yoruba or Niger. It's fine. We'll be that all the time. You're not a nigga, bro. And like Paul Mooney, the late great, said, everybody wants to be a nigga, but nobody wants to be a nigga, right? All of these people, I've seen various people, whether they were Asian, Hispanic, Native, and all these people, they love to use the word. But then when you call them, if they have a son, ask them, are they raising a little nigga? Ask them, hey, was your grandpa old nigga? So they don't want you calling their son that. They don't want you calling their grandpa and their tio that, but they want to be able to call you that. But then at the same time, preserve their culture and say, hey, you can't use this terminology because you're not of this culture. But hey, I grew up around you, right? If they claim they grew up around us, that means we grew up around them. Right? I'm not trying to adopt your slang. I'm not trying to dress like you. I'm not trying to look like you. Matter of fact, if you start to look like me, I'm a pivot and do something else. Salute to you. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, bro, I ain't doing that. We doing lowriders. Bro, they doing lowriders now, bro. We gonna do something else, bro. We gonna do the box shifts. We gonna do the 50s and we gonna swing them. Right? That's stuff that we do. We're breakdancing. They doing breakdancing down. They pretty dope with the breakdancing, but bro, we doing different dances and stuff, right? Show me the Mexicans creating dances like Harlem Shake and the Dougie and all this other type of stuff. Not to say they haven't created any dances, but tell me the popular ones. All the popular stuff was created by foundational Black Americans. And then other people pick it up and adopt it and pretend that it's everybody culture. but everybody else gets to preserve their stuff, right? So yeah, that's how I feel about the N-word too. Yeah, I mean, I think anyone could say it, right? Because you have the freedom of speech, but there's a lot of things that you could do, but should you do it, right? You could walk out the house naked right now and run in the streets. You could do that. There's literally nothing from stopping you from streaking down the street. You could do that, bruh. But should you do that, right? You could say the N-word 1,000 times a day. You literally, no one is stopping you. But should you do that? So it's all about could and should, right? So you got to ask yourself that. All right. And then if you're trying to make a defense that, hey, I should be able to use the N-word, just look at the reasons, and salute to the notorious and the infamous Shakim, the cowboy, yeehaw, cowboy Ra. Salute to the Brody. And we appreciate you, my. We definitely rock with you as well. And Cowboy Ra, I don't know if you're gonna get triggered by this, because I ain't Poetik Fatso. I mean Poetik Flakko. Ain't this your man's? Is this your man, Shakim? I'm just saying, bruh. Is this your man's? Hold on, let me rewind this back, bruh.
Racist white dude.
You know, I've been covering Jala for many years, and this is not the Jala that I know.
Frederick Jala is my real name.
My bad, Jala. You may know him as Jala. Is this your man's Jala on the screen?
This is a different Jala. It's a totally different Jala. Before the Jala I know is an openly racist bigot, and everyone knew he was open about it.
Some blue, purple, wide nose, pink lip nigga was us scamming them good white folks, my nigga. Fuck that nigga, man.
That definitely sounds.
You heard him, and he has a stutter, and I'm not trying to clown him, because there's some people that are extremely articulate and eloquent. They just happen to have a stutter. You know what I mean? Flakko ain't one of them. So you can't, if he had a stutter but he was cooking, that would be cool, but he'd be stuttering, stammering, and saying a lot of stupid stuff. So again, he's stuttering. My nigga, it's like you can't even get it out smooth. My nigga, it's like, come on, bruh. What are we doing? And matter of fact, hey, Poetik Fatso, gotta hit you.
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Anti-black as fuck to me.
You know, Trap Lord Ross, the British YouTuber, true crime guy, he likes to cover a lot of murder and stuff like that. He told Jala to his face that he didn't feel comfortable making content with him as a collaborator because Jala was so racist.
Some people said I shouldn't meet up with you.
Why?
And I think the reason is, I think some of the opinions that people get onto you about, people say you hate black people.
Yes.
Is what they're saying.
Yeah,
right? Or that you're self-hating or whatever.
Yeah.
I think people that said the same shit to me were like worried that if I'm sat down with you, you're going to kind of put things across to me in a certain way that is going to make me look bad. Now, let's be real. Some of the stuff you've said, I don't really agree with personally, but like, we got a different viewpoint. We can have a debate.
So this is what he was literally, I mean, this was his reputation, was being.
I'm not a fan of Trap Lord Ross either, but for him to be calling out Poetik Flakko as anti-black, and for his community to say he didn't want him to work.
And this is rather pathetic. So Poetik Flakko goes on a channel with some white dude who is another culture vulture, right? He goes on some foreign white dude's platform who is like, hey, bro, my audience didn't want you on here because, bro, you're too anti-black. So even the DUBS society is calling him out for his disgusting anti-blackness, bro. And it's not just anti-blackness, right? It's coming from a tether, right? Because he's of a different lineage doing this, bro. So this what makes it worse, you know what I mean? So let's see what else he has to say.
On a nigga like a Future. Fuck that. I'll wish death on Future.
Why are you wishing death on black people? That's crazy.
It's not an issue, but it's weird.
You heard him? For a nigga like Future. I wish on Future. He wished on Future. It rhymes with meth. So he wishes a D word that rhymes with meth on Future. But bruh, you're an African, bruh. You know how many conflicts they're going on where they're slaughtering each other? But he doesn't cover that because it's not lucrative. And he's over here saying that he wishes this harm on Future because Future is a rapper and that, you know, this rap is so toxic and so harmful to the black community. So he wants to wish, you know, DEATH on Future. It's like, come on, bruh. But have you ever heard him say that he wishes this on those corrupt African leaders? This is the reason why many people in Africa have to flee. Yes, it's U.S. imperialism and the Western powers dominating them, subjugating them, you know, and engaging in very hostile political acts. But those acts are compounded by their corrupt leadership. Flakko doesn't talk about this because it's not popular. It's not going to get a bunch of clicks and views to talk about poor people in Africa, to talk about corrupt sellouts in Africa. But he's pretending if he's pro-blackity black. So again, who is he talking about when he says black? He tried to pretend as he's talking about black people globally. And then they pivot and try to say, well, we're all African. So if we're all African, why isn't he saying that he's pro-African? They just want to try to make black and African interchangeable so that black people soak up all the energy. And then at the final hour, they pivot to some African stuff when the whole conversation had nothing to do about Africa. And then they frame it as, well, y'all all African and African descended. So actually it is about Africa. No, if it was about Africa, why isn't he talking to people from Burkina Faso, Mali, Nigeria, and specifically talking about Nigeria, not talking about Nigerians that immigrated to America and trying to flash and flaunt their degrees? Where would a Nigerian doctor be more suited and appreciated and more valued, in America or in Nigeria? Right. So I really don't want to hear about the prestige is title or employment that you got in America when many of your parts of your homeland is in shambles. You're flying a flag of a country in a place that you don't even want to go back to. It doesn't even want to make sense. This is not to demean or ridicule or disparage. It's just, tell me where's the lie. And you said I stutter, but not like him. I stutter a bit my whole life. For some, it goes away and gets better. And that's what I'm saying. Many people stutter. It's not about stuttering. If you look at New Jack City, remember they had a stutter man. I can't remember what his name was. Now, they would clown him, but he was one of the brothers, right? They accepted him. People will clown you for any, you know, ailment, you know, flaw or failure that you have. Unfortunately, that's the kind of nature of the beast of the human society, right? This project, right? So if you got, you know, your teeth, you know what I mean, is messed up, you know what I mean, if you're short, you know, if you got big feet, you name it, people will clown on you, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's from a place of malice, and a lot of times it's from a place of insecurity and love, right? You know, people rag on each other, but a lot of times it's out of love. It's a very rough and a harsh practice, but in our culture, it comes from a loving practice. People clown on their brothers, sometimes their moms and other loved ones. So if they can do that to close ones, they would have no issues clowning on a stranger, and especially someone that's hostile from a different lineage.
I go beyond of I wish death.
Well, maybe just don't do
I'm not
that.
allowed to wish
Putting the
death
chairs on the top of your
Fuck them niggas. Death or death.
I hear you.
Fuck all rap niggas. I don't wish death on nobody, right? Saying that all gang members should die, to me, that's some foul shit. And here's why I wish death.
And this is why it's rather pathetic. He's over here talking about fuck all rap niggas, right? But then he has these same rap niggas on his podcast. When he was on No Jumper, all they were having on there was rap people, and all they had on there was gang members and stuff. They were inciting violence, trying to cook up gang members. So now he's over there, man, saying F them all. It's like, bro, you were the one promoting them. You were the one over here helping to incite gang beefs. And you, if you personally didn't do it, you were complicit because you were part of this platform, and it was okay because you got paid. Now he wants to try to act like he's so pro blackity black, man. F all these rap niggas. You feel me? It's like, bruh, like, come on, bro, stop with the acts. Now, this is the epitome of toxic tethering.
future.
Why are you wishing death on black people? That's crazy.
It's not an issue, but it's where I go beyond of I wish death.
Well, maybe just don't.
I'm not allowed to wish
the
death
chairs on the top of your.
Fuck them niggas. Death or death.
I hear you.
Fuck all rap niggas. I don't wish death on nobody, right? Saying that all gang members should die, to me, that's some foul shit. And here's why I wish death on Future, right?
On Future, as in the rapper? Like, what is the smoke? What does Future have to do with Poetik Flakko? Just outright wishing death on black people is a no-go.
This is Jala allowing the N to be used by white people in his presence.
Lay down and be like, okay, a black guy's yelling at me. I guess I gotta just.
And that's why I love Danny. I told you, right? This is why I think Danny is the greatest white boy ever. Cause, like, for example, white boys who will like come here, you know, say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," you know, Black Lives Matter type shit, right? Just bend over, right?
He did agree to go to the neighborhood and do a toy drive.
Danny's the white boy who goes say, "Fuck all that, bro. I said it. I stand on the A."
So the white person whose ass he's kissing is fallen YouTuber Danny Mullen. And Danny Mullen, a lot of his fame came from his outrageous behavior and his open use of the N-word,
which is funny.
Again, so we got, and hold on, let me leave this up. We got Poetik Fatso over here, and this dude is over here, you know, with some, you know, basically a Liberian with a BBL body. And before I get into it, we've been joined by Melanated Agenda, the Majestic. Salute. I appreciate you, Melanated. Now, he's over here, he's praising and glazing this dub dude because the dude says the N-word, and he's saying, oh yeah, man, I love this dude because, you know, he won't back down. He'll say the N-word to your face, and that's fine. He can say the N-word to people's face, and someone might hypothetically punch him in the face. Not advocating for that, but I'm just saying that could happen. It is a possibility if you test the wrong one. Now, others could yell at him, others could walk away, and some people could give him a 2-piece wing meal that didn't come from Wingstop. But here you got Poetik Fatso, the dude who's over here trying to pretend to be pro blackity black, right? The BBL tether. He's over here saying it's cool, you know what I mean? He's the greatest white boy ever. Think about this. He wouldn't say the greatest white boy ever is someone that can unite the races and unite ethnicities. He wouldn't say someone is the greatest white boy ever who supports reparations or supports, you know what I mean, ending the military industrial complex. He doesn't say those type of people are the greatest white boys ever. He says the greatest white boy ever is someone who says the N-word repeatedly and doesn't back down in the face of black people. And here you got, and this is why we had to delineate, because this ain't no FBA type business, right? And yes, there are some Sambos in the FBA lineage, but we call them out, right? We call them rightfully and appropriately raccoons, what they are. And all a tether is a raccoon of a different lineage. So Poetik Fatso is nothing but a tether. This whole pro blackity black act that he's on, it's a crock of sugar honey iced tea. He's African, but you never hear him talking about pro African. It's just we all black. No, we're not, right? They want to desperately make African and black synonymous. Bro, you're African, and he won't even mention the word African. It's just black, 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 black. You love Africa so much. You want us to identify with Africa so much, but they refuse to use the term Africa. And this is what I always say, on the African continent, 54 countries, none of them are called Africa. 3,000 different tribes, none of them are called Africa, right? Because it's a continent, like they say, right? So they don't, you know, just flat, they don't believe in flat Africanness, but they do believe in flat blackness. We all black, right? But I thought you were trying to pretend blackness is synonymous with African. So go to Africa and unite Africa. Go preach this blackity black stuff in Africa. But he won't do that. He's over here pandering, not just kissing white booty. He's spreading the cheeks apart, licking up and down and all around. It's not just a butt kisser. He's beyond that. He's a crack licker, a toe sucker, and a boot licker. It's unfortunate, but rather pathetic. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, he's been pro-black for 6 months, but he's been anti-black for about 10 years. And this is what people will do. They're so desperate and many times for someone to rhetorically speak up for them. Yeah, Poetik Flakko. He spoke up against Chud the Builder, but apparently he was on a stream with Chud the Builder. He literally was anti-black for over 10 years. And then he takes a U-turn for 6 months, and now we want to try to act like he's Malcolm X. I am Malcolm X. I am Malcolm X. No, this dude is Poetik Fatso, the Liberian tether. Emphasis on the lie. But let's get back into this thing.
My God, I'm so sorry, you know, Black Lives Matter type shit, right? Just bend over, right?
He did agree to go to the neighborhood and do a toy drive.
Then it's the white boy who goes say, fuck all that, bro. I said it. I stand on the A.
So the white person whose ass he's kissing is fallen YouTuber Danny Mullen. And Danny Mullen, a lot of his fame came from his outrageous behavior and his open use of the N-word.
Which is funny and super hypocritical, because that's the exact same thing that Poetik Flakko and a lot of content creators, a lot of us, were speaking out against with Chud the Builder, trying to say the N-word and say it's freedom of speech. So on the one hand, you can't be glazing a white dude because he says the N-word, and then chastising another white person because he says the N-word. But it's okay because you're making money off of it, and now you're standing up for the people. That's weirdo behavior.
But when a white person, especially a white pretty girl, says it, he's totally fine with it. He actually likes it.
They had guns and everything. They locked me in the car, and the guys try to,
Oh, they about to get your ass. Oh boy, they about to listen. The Reddit about to go crazy on you. No, was it niggas though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We all hate niggas. She has a trauma past.
He said we all hate niggas. This is the type of Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus shit I'm talking about. You don't.
And Jew, again, I always got to tell people this: stop using the term Uncle Tom. It's 2026. I've heard another creator that I respect use this, right? So I have to keep saying this over and over. It's starting to get weird, bro, that people are still using this. And I know it's probably out of tradition, right? You grew up hearing that term Uncle Tom, but you're using it out of context, right? Uncle Tom comes from the book Uncle Tom's Cabin. In the book Uncle Tom wasn't a bad guy. You would more of the Negroes should have been aspiring to be like Uncle Tom. If you want an analogy, think of the movie Django. In the movie Django, Jamie Foxx, Django, would have been an Uncle Tom. Stephen Samuel Jackson would have been a Sambo. So the appropriate term for sellouts is Sambo. A Sambo is a raccoon. So stop calling people Uncle Toms, right? It's very intellectually lazy, because they do say, hey, if you want to keep something away from a particular population, you put it in a book. Well, there is a book. It's called Uncle Tom's Cabin. And you're only using that term because you've heard it in movies and popular media. So you've been inundated and you just say, okay, fine. There's been times where I misappropriately used the term. And now, since we're in the information age, you say, oh, wow, I was misusing the term. This is the appropriate term, like melanated nose. So it's okay. I'm all for calling out sellouts. That's why I call out the tethers. But I also call out the Sambos and the raccoons, right? So stop with the term Uncle Tom, because a lot of people are saying like, oh, they're so pro-blackity black, but then you're still using that term. And then I'm going to address another term that's considered offensive later as well. But this is what people do. Look, where there's really no niggas around, you trying to, oh, well, Poetik Flakko, he's black. No, he's not a nigga. He's an African. He's a Liberian African. And then he's around with a bunch of other Latinos and Latinas. Like, why are they even talking about black people? And then why are they called? And this is what chicks do. Some chick, they make nigga synonymous with men. Oh, my nigga. Like, so hold on, is he black? Well, no, he's not black. I meant my nigga. So they're saying that their male counterpart is a nigga. But no, he's not. You're with a Latino dude. That's not a nigga, right? But then they'll call their male counterpart a nigga. But if she has a son with a Latino, she's not saying that she's raising a nigga. But I thought you said that your baby daddy was a nigga. So didn't you give birth to a little nigga? So they try to go back and forth using this term. And if you want to make nigga synonymous with men and males, that means bitch is synonymous with women. And then they start saying that that's misogynoir and you hate women and your mama was black and all this other type of stuff. So how about you just have some respect? And it's not hard to address men as men or males, because not all males are men. Let's get back into the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso.
Ooh, they about to get your ass. Oh boy, they
against with Chud the Builder trying to say the N-word and say it's freedom of speech. So on the one hand, you can't be glazing a white dude because he says the N-word and then chastising another white person because he says the N-word. But it's okay because you're making money off of it and now you're standing up for the people. That's weirdo behavior.
But when a white person, especially a white pretty girl, says it, he's totally fine with it. He actually likes it.
They had guns and everything. They locked me in the car, and the guys try to
Ooh, they about to get your ass. Oh boy, they about to listen. The Reddit about to go crazy on you.
So again, look at him. He said, they about to get you. Why aren't you about to get her, right? Because he all talking about, we all black. So why is he leaving it to somebody else? They about to get you. Why didn't you get her? Why didn't you say, hey, look, check that, you know, I know that was a slip, but that's extremely disrespectful. You know what I mean? I know you use it in your regular life. I don't know why you use it, but that's disrespectful. You know what I mean? So before we proceed on the show, could you just apologize? And then it will be water under the bridge. But instead, he's hyping her on. Yeah. We all hate niggas. It's like, bro, who are you even talking about, bro? You're a Liberian tether, bro. A toxic one at that.
No, was it niggas though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We all hate niggas. She has a trauma past.
He said we.
And somebody says she has a trauma past. What? And now look at this chick. Right? She's an attractive looking chick. What trauma has she went through? Huh? Like, what are we talking about here? And then like my says, why is he not doing anything about it? Because this is what I'm saying. This is why we had to delineate. It's because he's a Liberian African. And I'm not saying that there aren't some foundational freedmen that may tap dance on an occasion. I present to you Jesse Lee Peterson and Officer Tap Dance Tater Tot Tatum, right? There are a bunch of Sambos that are homegrown, but we have no issues calling them out. I can't call him a Sambo because he's not. He's from a foreign background, so I have to have a distinct term for him. And that's where the term tether comes in. Many of these people see themselves as other. They try to pretend as if we are all black and one big generic African, but no, they see themselves as other, right? Nigerians don't see themselves the same as Ghanaians. They only come here and pretend that we're all the same. We're all African American, which is why that term in itself is such a misnomer, and it's very diabolical and disgusting term to use to refer to the foundational population. But this is why Poetik Tether is not doing anything about it, because he's not doing anything or saying anything about it because he agrees with this chick. And they try to other themselves. When they hear people talking about the black community and niggas that, they're looking at it, well, they talk about those niggas, not me. I'm Liberian. Fine, you are Liberian. You're a Liberian African, right? So you need to be that all the time. So why don't you talk about Liberian business? Talk about African business. Stop talking about black business, because you really don't know nothing about it, bro. You're a game goofy, and he's greener than the Incredible Hulk. You may be black, but y'all obviously aren't the same. Correct. An orange and a grapefruit are similar. They're both citrus fruits. They're not the same. An alligator and a crocodile are similar. They're not the same. A jaguar and a leopard are similar. They're not the same. So you can say a Liberian, a Nigerian, a Senegalese person, and a foundational Black American freedman are similar, but not the same by any stretch of the imagination. They know that. Y'all know that. It's just they try to frame it. Well, when the cops pull us over, when the cops pull over a Korean and a Japanese person, they don't know what their lineage is. But does that change what they are? Do you think a Korean is going to say, hey, I'm no longer Korean and I will identify as just a generic Asian, because if the cops pull us over, they can't tell if my slanted eyes come from a Japanese lineage? No one says that. If you're Jamaican, it doesn't matter if the cops mistake you for a Nigerian. You can easily tell the cops, hey, just so you know, I'm Jamaican. Not to say that you would have to, because, you know, your lineage is your lineage, bro. You can't shake that, and you can't immigrate into a different lineage. I can't go to Jamaica right now, live there for 30 years and say that, hey, now I'm Jamaican. Yeah, I'm a Jamaican citizen, but that doesn't mean I have Jamaican lineage.
All hate niggas. This is the type of Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus shit I'm talking about. You don't belong speaking for the black community if you're sitting here in a room full of non-black people talking about we all hate niggas. What are you talking about?
You know?
So the niggas put up. Go ahead.
So as you can see, Jala pretending to be pro-black and pretending to care about the black community, it's all nonsense. He hates the black community.
It definitely comes off like he's grifting at this point. If these clips ain't that old, they from his no jumper days. He never addressed anything. He just said, he just turned around.
You saying it comes off as grifting, bro? It is grifting. There's not about it how it comes off. It comes off how it is.
That's a direct contradiction.
No.
Now, what I want people to know is that Jala has openly admitted to being a scammer, someone who is willing
In being pro-black, you gotta wrap your arm around some of these misguided niggas. But see, then you're part of the problem then.
No.
It's not pro-black.
Pro-black means I'm pro what's good for black people, not pro all black people.
No, you can't hate some black people.
So again, here he goes with the pro. I'm pro-black, so I'm about what's good for all black people. You're African. Why don't anyone that's African say that they're pro-African? And this is very disgusting, right? I know a lot of Asian people. Where's the Pan-Asian movement? Shout out to the marvelous my boo. Where is the Pan-Asian movement, right? Now they say, hey, look, we'll have our distinct ethnic and nationalities and we can come together. We don't need to create a Pan-Asian movement. We can just, do business and respect one another, right? There's an emphasis on a Pan-African movement, but they keep pivoting to blackness because blackness represents us in America. But they want to keep saying, well, we all black. If we all black, well, Black American is our own nation in itself, but on the continent, the so-called motherland, is over 54 countries. Why isn't he there preaching this pro-blackity black talk? Why won't he talk about being African? This is weird right here, bruh. Because all the Chinese people I know, they stand on business for Chinese people. The Japanese people I know, they're standing on business for Japanese people. They don't dislike any other Asian group. They'll welcome them to do business and all the stuff. But it's very clear and it's very distinct. Poetik Flakko is Liberian, but do you ever really hear him say anything about Liberia? A lot of cats don't even know that he's Liberian. Why is that? The Chinese people, you know that they're Chinese, right? The Japanese people, you know that they're Japanese. The Filipino people, you know that they're Filipino. This dude's Liberian, but it's just black. No, bro, you're African, bro. You're proud of Africa, your motherland, but you don't even want to say the word. They say black more than Africa, but then they keep trying to say that, well, blackness means Africa. Well, if blackness means Africa, why won't you drop the black and say Africa? Why won't he stop saying that he's pro-black and say that he's pro-African? Because he knows that the continent of Africa is not united. I mean, the continent of Asia is not united. Look at North Korea and South Korea, literally the same country. And they saying, no, it's not the same country. Look at Taiwan and China. Are they really united? Right. So where there's people, there will be conflict. No one is saying that this is unique to this particular population or this particular continent. But the toxic tethering and them trying to wag their fingers and pretend that they're pro-blackity black while at the same time pushing a Pan-African, scam African, clan African message, but you don't even want to go back to Africa. That's very suspect to me, bruh. Imagine somebody was from San Francisco and they say that they're a Pan-San Franciscan, but they never are in San Francisco. They're in Seattle, they're in Utah, they're in Louisiana, but they're never in San Francisco. But they love San Francisco so much, it's just they don't want to go there. Would you look at that person as a leader? Would you want to take advice from that person, right? You won't even stand on business for your own homeland, right? So I definitely know you ain't standing up for me and my lineage and my progeny and community. Just stop with the toxic tethering, Poetik Fatso. And we've been joined by none other than Cloudness 457, the Brownsville bully, stepped off in the building. Salute to the bro. What it do, doggy? Let's get back into it, bro. I'm talking about the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso.
Want to be pro-black. That ain't how that works.
Right? Saying this.
Wait, that's a direct contradiction.
No.
Now, what I want people to know is that Jala has openly admitted to being a scammer, someone who is willing to grift his own audience. Is Jala admitting to being a disingenuous person who is only in it for money, fame, and power? Look at this clip.
Like white dude, right? Salt and pepper. So I'm like, what the fuck going on? So Adam sits, then I go and sit. And they ask me, bro, do you want to sell your soul? At first, I'm like, bro, I'm offended. Because why would you even ask? Damn right. Damn right, nigga. Damn right. Nigga, damn right.
You're a capitalist, nigga.
So he admits to.
So y'all heard that, right? That was Poetik Fatso talking about how he want to sell his soul. They asked him, hey, bruh, and mind you, this is a dub person. It wasn't a black person. It was a dub person that asked him, hey, do you want to sell your soul? And he said, I'm offended that you would even ask, right? It's automatic that he's like, bro, why are you even asking me, right? Like he essentially saying there's a pig, pussy, pork. Why would you ask me, do I want to sell my soul? I'm a toxic tether from Liberia. Of course I want to sell my soul. But hey, Poetik Fatso.
And you know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
And one more again, gotta hit ya.
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please. Nigga, please. What?
The toxic tethering knows no bounds. And shout out to Cloudness 457, the Brownsville bully. He says, I'm really effing sick of these tethers, bro. Like, bro, I truly got tether fatigue. Bro, I got tether fatigue. I can't tell you, bro. And shout out to the Majestic still rocking out. And you said, get this man. I'm watching Jeopardy right now, and you won't believe what in the question category. Standing on business. That's right there. Shows FBA cultural influence. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that we culturally influence, the colloquial terms. Some try to call it AAVE. I say no. That's a misappropriate term. I call it BAVE, Black American Vernacular Ebonics, right? Because there's nothing African about it. There's no African village that you can go to where they're saying stop the cap. There's no African country where you can go to where they're talking about crashing out, right? Those are all terms that we came up with. And if other people use those terms, it's because they've had proximity to us. So the whole concept of standing on business, or the way an FBA was saying, standing on business, you feel me? Because we say things a certain way. We take normal words that may be part of the English language and lexicon, and we flip the phrase onto it. We popularize phrase, right? Like a cap just means a ball cap, but we made it to mean, hey, stop the cap, which means stop lying. Or where I grew up in an itty bitty city in California, the Bay Area, Pittsburgh, P World, what it did do, right? We would say, hey, so-and-so is capping. Capping is a form of roasting, right? We take common words and then, we make them, mean something else, right? And we say it at a certain way in a certain time to make it more culturally innovative. Just like when someone say period with a T, right? We're saying it with an emphasis, whereas period, or it can just be period, you know what I mean? With the extended pronunciation of the word, right? But that's just a normal English word that we took and we made very popular. But now when people say it, it's like, well, this is just urban slang, or this is just American slang. No, it's foundational Black American freedmen slang. You said like faking jacks is the same thing as stop the cap. Yeah. All of these terms, right? Did we come up with the word stop? Did we come up with the word cap? No, but like when we come up with the phrase in itself, stop the cap. And matter of fact, when we came up with
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
we came up with that, now everybody says it, crashing out and all this stuff, right? Like there's no, no random dude in Utah that came up with that. But let's get back into it. And you said, yes, sir. Even yes, sir, right? Like before it was a yes, sir, and a subservient stuff. But then we'll be like, hey, Braxton, you coming to the party? Yes, sir. You feel me? And it's not even like a yes, sir. It's yes is one word, sir is another word, but we'll say it all in one. And shout out to Lil Wayne and Jewels and others, right? But it's more like yes sir, you feel me? It's almost like it has a Z in there, you feel me? Now everybody says it, bro. I be out coaching and mentoring on football and they say that yes sir, you feel me? There's nothing African about that, right? So even like trying to attach that to Africa is just like misappropriate. Clocked it, spilling the tea. Yep. Clock that tea, right? Now, since everyone uses it, it's just like, you feel me? This is urban slang. You feel me? Chopped, you feel me? Gang. People say gang, bruh. You feel me? I ain't gonna hold you. You feel me? You know what I mean? I ain't tripping, you know what I mean? It's good, you feel me? Like that's the one thing that people, it's all good, you feel me? And y'all remember that is all G to the dope, G-double-O-G, good. Dog, you feel me? I like using that. Hey, what up, dog? What up, big dog? What up, doggy, homie? Yeah, bro, all of these are terms we came up with, but now it's considered urban culture, right?
Is selling his soul to the white man. It's all about the money. Don't you guys understand? It's the money and the power and the fame. I remember when Jala begged to be on this interview panel with Nick Frenches, and he was loving up on Nick Frenches, someone who doesn't like black people. Nick Frenches, I'm going to play.
So again, Poetik Fatso, the toxic tether, there was a stream on No Jumper with they had Nick Fuentes on there. And Poetik Fatso just kind of begged to be on there. Oh my God, you're gonna have Nick the Prick on. I want to be on, please, please. And he asked his white daddy, Adam 22 or Adam 16, to be on there. How pathetic could you be? A buck broken tether with a BBL. It's rather disgusting. And shoot to Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy. Salute. Let's get back to the toxic tether.
Play this clip of them talking about reparations and how Jala doesn't think that reparations should happen.
But their ancestors suffered. So in principle, I'm opposed to it for that as well. I'm against it.
Again, so we got a toxic tether. Remember, he's an African from Liberia. He's not even eligible for reparations. And he's talking about, we all black. I'm standing for black people and we this and we that. Hey, Poetik Fatso.
Who is we? Who is we?
And this is why we had to delineate, because not only do we got homegrown Sambos, which we call out, we got toxic tethers coming over talking about we don't deserve reparations and we this and we that and we shouldn't get it. And then when they drop the weed and they say, well, y'all and they shouldn't get it. So whether they say we or y'all or they, it's still the same conclusion. Y'all shouldn't get it. And he'll sit on a panel with a bunch of toxic racists that love to drop the N-bomb. And he's just over there, ha and keying, you feel me? Looking just like a moist moron and maniac. Let's get back into the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso.
Like, is your argument it's impractical? I don't understand how it's going to work. Or are you against it if they could figure it out.
I'm also against it in principle because
Yeah, I'm not an FBA, so I'm not getting any, coins.
Reparations in America have nothing to do with him. Reparations in America, when we talk about it, is specifically for Black Americans, descendants of slavery. So anyone else's opinion on who deserves reparations and who doesn't shouldn't matter. Not a white supremacist and not a person that's not a Black American.
Your opinion on white liberals, I believe that they're our number one enemy.
You're like repeating his talking points back at him.
Who, Nick?
And it just sounds like, yeah, you are. It sounds less racist. No one's going to call you a Nazi for saying the same shit that Nick said.
I've never heard Nick say that. Well, go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
True, yeah.
So Jala used to be racist, used to align himself with racists. He used to talk really highly of racist white people. But now it's different because he's got this new audience that he has to grip.
Unless they just put a bunch of racist, like conservatives, then he's like saying, hold on, bro. Okay, so if the white supremacists get into office, if the conservatives get into office, you think they'll be more receptive to reparations talk? Obviously not.
Wow. So now Jala feels strongly about reparations and he's a proponent of reparations, even though he's not, even though he doesn't.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. This is the toxic tethering. So he's over there with Nick Fuentes over there acting, saying, no, I'm not FBA. I won't get reparations. So he's against reparations. Now he's acting like he's pro-blackity black. Remember, find the videos of him talking about pro-Liberian stuff or pro-African. He's African, but won't even use the term African, but wants you to call yourself African, right? So he's just using this blanket black term to try to pretend as if he's trying to unite all people, but he doesn't even believe that we should get reparations. And now since he's on this new pro-blackity black grift, hey, we all black and the Republicans, we ain't gonna get reparations under them. But like, again,
Who is we? Who is we?
Include himself with Black America. He refers to Black America as they, those people over there. So Jala used to be racist, used to align himself.
so again, when he delineates saying they and them, he's not using some transgender pronouns. He's delineating. And this is what these groups have always done. There's nothing wrong with delineating. Is delineation divisive? Yes, but it doesn't need to be disrespectful. There's nothing wrong with dividing groups, right? You know what I mean? The Asian population is divided. It's divided into Chinese people, Cambodians, Thai, Koreans, so on and so forth, right? That's dividing, but it's also disaggregating the data. It doesn't mean they need to be divided and warring with each other. And that's the same thing with us, right? We can be divided by our distinct ethnic groups, but still be united, right? I don't want to quote unquote come together, but we all have to pretend as if we're just one flat generic Negroid African. Like, I'm cool off that, bruh. I don't want to live in a world where we have to just flat blackness everything, right? There's no such thing as Jamaican culture because we are all black. You can't give credit to Jamaicans for jerk chicken because we're all black. That's black culture, right? It's not Jamaican culture, right? So you can't give credit to Brazilians for anything because we're all black, right? Like, no, that's not what we're doing. And that's what people have tried to do. We create hip hop. We all created this. No, foundational Black Americans created this so everyone could partake and enjoy it, right? I'm not going around trying to take credit for some Egyptian pyramids. I'll tip my hat and say, yes, it was a beautiful thing created by some beautiful melanated people. But that had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. I'm not trying to tether on to that accomplishment, but I could still tip my hat and say that it was a phenomenal feat and accomplishment that I just had nothing to do with. Yes, it is a grift, you know what I mean? And I don't even like using that term because people misappropriately use it. But when we're talking about Poetik Fatso, it is apropos. So I'm gonna fast forward through a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna go to the debate that they had, and then I'll shut it down.
Just wrote in the stuff that you were saying before, so that's funny.
His family was grifting, how we are race hustlers for covering this. This man has an interview. Instead of dropping the interview, he decided to cut up the interview in multiple parts to grift as much money as he can
from this interview.
That's literally what Jal is doing right now with his live streams. He's going live for 3 hours and then he's chopping up into clips and putting them on his other channel to maximize his profits. But when the Black Lives Matter nonprofit thing turned out to be like a big scam, Jala came out and said that he wants to do the same scam.
$100 into this Black Lives Matter and organization. Overnight when George Floyd died, like we got 100 M's in donations. Man, come on, my nigga. Man, come on, bro.
So I'm like, so Flakko, you're basically saying you'll do the same shit.
Listen,
because you have this innate hereditary ability, non-ability to get away from a lick, even it's to the demise of your own people.
Sure. I'm saying that I'll be disappointed and like.
So then we also got to stop this whole your own people stuff, right? Because we've been convinced and socially engineered that, hey, we all black, we all come from the motherland, so we all see each other as one in our own people. But it's been a delusional and a dysfunctional way of thinking. People that are on the continent of Africa are literally right next to each other and don't see themselves as the same. They don't see themselves as the same people. Otherwise, in Nigeria, why are there multiple tribes? Why is there Yoruba and Igbo or any other tribes if they're all the same people? Instead, they're saying, no, we're different based on our tribal affiliation and identity, right? So this whole, oh, it be your own people. No, the people are doing this because, like you already heard Poetik Fatso calling FBA, they and them. So he's saying that those are not my people. Those are different people. So then when they harm or when they undermine or backstab, it's because they did it to those people, not our people. And, you know, it's misguided and dysfunctional to continuously keep saying our people. This is why they're saying not all skin folk is kinfolk. So, but you insist on saying your people or they're doing it to our people. No. Poetik Flakko doesn't see FBA as his people. You can't tell me that he was anti-black for over 10 years and now in 6 months he's turned it around. Where has been the sit down? Where has been the reputable FBAs that he's went down and talked to? Now he's talked to Jew Almighty, who I respect him as a content creator, but I don't think bro identifies as FBA. I believe that he says that he's a Black American, but just months ago this dude was calling us African Americans. So I don't know if Jew Almighty really, you know, believes in delineation, you know what I mean? But, you know, we'll get into the debate though.
And in my audience, if they don't expect me to do something,
so admitting to not giving a fuck about black people and being proud of being a grifter, which if you put it in context of all the videos he's making right now, it seems like that's exactly what he's doing.
Hey, listen up, man. Hey, listen, Umar Johnson ain't have a job in 10 years. And he somehow been paying his bills, man. You feel me?
And apparently after that first point and shoot video went out, I guess Flakko kind of addressed that first video or what was being said about him.
So apparently this is what happened. So people in his chat were asking him to respond to me. So he was pretty much forced to respond. And
okay, so that was pretty much, there was more of the video, but I'm gonna just get right into the debate that they had because you know, I think you guys have seen enough of the toxic tethering. So let me try to pull this video up and then we will get right into it. Now, I do appreciate y'all rocking out. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. You chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. Now, I'm going to get ready to pull this video up. Before I do that, I'm going to hit y'all with a 30-second visual so y'all can hit the like button.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. Back in the day, he was dat dude. Fast forward to today, he's still dat dude. Yup, dat dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one.
All right, so we are back activated. Now, this is Jew Almighty debating Poetik Flakko. So we're going to get right into it. And he's debating him about his anti-blackness. And Poetik Flakko is like, hey, look, man, I've turned a new leaf. I'm a new person, even though I was toxic and anti-black for 10 years. And, you know, I don't even know if it was 6 months, you know, that bro been on this pro-blackity black hype. But let's get into the debate.
The schedule shift. Appreciate everybody for being here. To the point and shoot videos, which I'm gonna just be honest with you, as a Black American that loves Black people, that's raising Black babies, that love Black women, was very disturbing to see you just blatantly disrespect Black people in the Black community. I mean, it was kind of like egregious. You talk shit about the Black community. You refer to us as Negroes nonstop, which is crazy because I haven't heard Negroes since white people was yelling that shit in the 1960s.
So yeah, Jew Almighty, bruh, gotta hit ya.
Hope, please. Nigga, please. Hope.
Nigga, what?
Nigga. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. What?
I mean, this sounds like some respectability politics. Respect to bro, because I do like bro's content. But he lost me because he said this a couple times, like, oh my God, you was calling us Negroes, and I haven't heard Negro since the 1960s. So let me make this very clear. I'd rather be called a Negro than an African American. You're trying to pretend as if there's some sort of prestige to be called an African American. You know nothing about African, right? Many of your ancestors, when they were born, their birth certificate, it didn't say African, it said Negro, but you want to try to act like, well, Negro is an offensive term. Well, African should be an offensive term. You didn't come up with the term African. You don't even know who came up with the term. Matter of fact, it's alleged that Romans came up with the term African. And if people look back at the Roman population, does anyone think that it was a predominantly Black population? So you're adopting this term African that you didn't come up with, and you don't have any record of your people coming up with this term. But then you're mad at Negro because that's outdated, and I haven't heard white people say that since the 60s, right? I personally would rather be called a Negro than an African, me personally. So when they talk about race, since race is a social construct, guess what the racial makeup is? There's no race called African. And when they were talking about a quote unquote African geographical location being a race, they were calling it Ethiopian. So there's no race called Ethiopian, and there's no race called African. And since it's a social construct and you adhere to the social construct of Black is called Negroid. Just how they have Mongoloid and Caucasoid, right? So Negroid is okay, but Negro is not. In the 90s, they had a United Negro College Fund. It wasn't called a United African College Fund. So Jude, I don't get why you're trying to do this respectability politics, acting like being called a Negro is so bad. No, I'd rather be called a Negro than an African any day. And it was Obama and Biden who tried to erase all of the language of being called a Negro so that they can erase it with African American. See, these other groups, they can't say they were ever classified as Negro in this land. They were always classified as African because that's what they are. So now we have to pretend that, hey, we are all African generically from the motherland. Well, no, these people have a specific location, and you guys are just generic Africans that possibly came from West Africa. How many multiple countries is it from Africa? And you can't claim any place, so you just have to claim a generic region that didn't even exist. No. So yeah, I disagree with, I respect the brother, and I do like his content, and that he was actually grilling Poetik Fatso, even though I thought he could have went bit harder and could have had more pointed questions. This I vehemently disagree with, bro. I don't know why you're triggered over the term Negro, bro. So people will be triggered over Negro, but not triggered over nigga. Come on, like, what are we saying here, bro?
You wish death on Black people. Talk shit about the Black community. You refer to us as Negroes nonstop, which is crazy because I haven't heard Negroes since white people was yelling that shit in the 1960s.
then you kind of gaslighting a little bit too, bro, to keep it real, bro. Because you talking about white people. Why are you making this about white people, bro? It used to be black people saying Negro, please. There were no white people around when they were saying that. And Cloud said, "Game goof." I mean, Cloudness, you let me know. Are you offended by the term Negro? So think about this. If somebody says, "What's up, my nigga?" that's not offensive. But if somebody say, "What's up, my Negro?" well, that's offensive. I haven't heard that since white people were saying it in the 1960s. Huh? Come on, bruh. Come on, Jew. I've been around African Americans my entire life, and I have African American family members. I was raised to respect everyone regardless of race, and I would never use racist or disrespectful words towards anyone. I believe everyone deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. I respect that, my, and salute to you. I'm in California, so we grew up literally around multiple races. I mean, you know, white people, various white people like Russians, Bosnians, Slovenians, you know what I mean? Various Hispanic / Latino populations, you know what I mean? Hondurans, El Salvadorians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, various Asian populations, a lot of Filipinos, Chinese, Japanese people, Cambodians, people from Thailand. So yeah, like I said, I'm a person that respects people of various racial, ethnic, cultural backgrounds and orientations. You know what I mean? And like Cloudness says, I love being a Negro. Yeah, bruh. Cloudness, I can go on a limb and say once your parents were born, their birth certificate either said Negro or colored, bruh. And yeah, people can look back and say that's offensive. Well, people is like, all right, well, colored is offensive, but some people were proud to be Negro. You know what I mean? It's only someone else told you that Negro was offensive, right? But again, I'd rather be called Negro than African. I have more of a connection to the term Negro than African, but they're trying to make it. No, you're really from Africa, though. You know what I mean? How many years does it take for you to be from here? At the very bare minimum, your family has been here for 500 years. So what, they got to be here 500 more years? So they're here 1,000 years. You're still from Africa. 2,000 years. You're still from Africa. 5,000 years. You're still from Africa, right? But they're not telling the so-called natives that they're still from Asia. Okay. And salute to my, the marvelous. Let's get back into this thing.
You know, you wish death on black people nonstop. You said you hate niggas. You were glazing a racist white dude that was saying the N-word and saying he's the realest white boy ever.
Who Nick Fuentes or
no, not Nick Fuentes. It's crazy. There's two of them, but not Nick Fuentes. It was the other another white guy. I can show you the clip. And then it was, I mean, it goes on. You wrote in a comment section calling black people pookies and talking about us standing in welfare lines and Section 8 lines, just straight anti-black disrespect, which again is disturbing for a lot of people that know you now, that see you now, and you're super pro-black, super supporting the black community against people like Officer Tatum and Candace Owens and all these people when you literally sounded like them 6 months, a year ago. It's very disturbing for a lot of people in my community and out there just in general. So I guess real quick, just to finish setting the stage. I dropped a video based off what I saw from Doku D's video, from Point Shoot's video.
I seen the last video. Sorry. So no, sorry. So sorry if I'm like a tad bit like kind of like behind. So I seen the last video, but I am aware of the narrative, right? So right, like if you reference something from the first video, and like you feel me, and like I'm like a tad bit like behind, is I'm playing right is because I seen the second video, which is the last one, right?
Okay, I'll completely stay off the first video. So if we just go to the second video,
no.
It's all the same stuff.
Yeah.
So if we just go to the second video, right? My response The second video I made, which I wasn't even going to make a second video, but the second video I made was in response to your apology, which in my opinion was a big ass non-apology. You addressed being a conservative. You apologized for people being offended by some vague things that they may have been offended by. But in fact, the criticisms of you, Flakko, were for you being anti-black, you shitting on the black community.
Okay, so I played the video of Jew who was breaking down all of the toxic tethering and anti-blackness that Poetik Fatso was doing. So then he came back and he did an apology, but it wasn't really an apology. He was saying, oh, my bad. The reason I was anti-black because I grew up conservative. And mind you, he's grew up in like Dakota or something where he grew up around a bunch of lily dubs. Really was no black people around, and that black people that was around, there was other Africans like him. So he didn't grow up being rooted in foundational black American culture. So he is literally the epitome of a toxic tether, not just, you know, just a normal tether, right? Because he gets very close and then he gets into the upper echelons of certain cultural discussions, and then, you know, it turns into, well, we all black and we all the same. Like, no, we're not, bruh. But let's get back into this.
You aligning with white supremacists like Nick Fuentes, Trump, the fucking Proud Boys, you glazing Trump, who is the most unlike president in modern American history, which makes it look even crazier because it seems like you switched up when it stopped being cool to be MAGA.
Well, no, because in 20 here, so just a clip actually from 2024.
And honestly, this part of the debate, which was a little bit annoying for me. They keep making it a lot of stuff about MAGA, bro. I don't really care who dude voted for. I really don't, bruh. Like, I don't care if he voted for Trump. I don't care if he voted for Kamala, because both parties are the same. And this is where Jew, bruh, salute to you, respect. I appreciate your content, but it is coming off as a little bit of Democrat shillery because he keeps emphasizes on you voted for Trump and you were glazing Trump and stuff, right? But I've never heard this content, and you know, I'll stand corrected if he's produced this content. I don't watch all of his content, but I've watched enough of it for him to call out MAGA and people that are quote unquote glazing MAGA, but they don't call out people who were glazing Kamala, who were glazing Biden. And the reason why is because they want to make this argument of the quote unquote lesser of two evils. If you choose the lesser of two evils, you're still choosing evils. If there were two candidates that were running and both of them were pedos, but one dude touched 10 kids and another dude touched 8, and you say, well, I will vote for that dude because he touched less kids, so that would mean he's the lesser of two evils. Like, no, bro, the person is still a disgusting PDF file, bro. So what they've convinced you is when they put two evil options on the table and you say, you know what, I'm gonna abstain, I'm gonna wait until there's a good option, then somehow they say that you're evil for not voting for an evil option, right? And that's kind of the vibes that Jew gives off when he keeps emphasizing throughout this debate. Yeah, you said this about Trump and you was glazing Trump and Trump and Trump is bad. Yeah, Trump is bad. That's why I didn't vote for Trump. But Kamala is bad and Biden is bad. And if you're going to call them out, like, call them out, but they don't usually call them out. All they just try to say, well, yeah, they may not have been good, but they would have been better than Trump. You know what I mean? And if you do that, then the campaigns, all they have to, that's why they keep running on Trump is bad, Trump is bad. And then when you say, well, what am I going to do? What are you going to do for us? Well, I'm not going to do anything because Trump is bad. And you don't want to let Trump in office, right? And then you end up voting blue no matter who because the Republicans are bad and Trump is bad. And it's just the same old tire strategy that they use. And here he is trying to get him, you know, to what? Be shame, and you want to admonish him because he was glazing Trump. Well, yeah, these other people were glazing Biden. Biden is way more racist than Trump ever was. So you're okay with people glazing Biden and calling him Uncle Joe, even though he looked you in the face and said, if you don't vote for me, and I'm paraphrasing, if you don't vote for me or you're having a hard time trying to figure out whether vote for Biden or Trump, you ain't black. Yeah, Trump is done anti-black things? Has he ever said something that's disgusting like that? Just very blatant. You know what I mean? And if he did, why are you giving Biden a pass when you wouldn't give Trump a pass, right? So I didn't like this theme going throughout the video where he keeps trying to make this about how bad Trump is. You were glazing Trump. It's like, bro, you were glazing the Democrats. So what's the difference, bro? You're glazing Kamami. Kamami looked and said with her full chest, I'm not going to do something that only benefits black people, but she'll do something that only benefits immigrants, that only benefits Jewish people, that only benefits Asians, right? So, you know, but y'all will see it.
Right? When I left LA and they came back. While Trump was running against Kamala, like, right? And there's clips of me on like Don't Jumper News where
Cloud is saying it. It's like, bro, you giving off like the DNC. Like, why are you caping for any party, bro? I'll vote for Democrats if they have tangibles on the table, but I'm not a Democrat. I'll vote for libertarians. I'll vote for Republicans. It's about quid pro quo. I'm not just, you know, have a blind loyal allegiance to these parties. Nah, I'm good. Let's get back into it though.
Where I'm saying I'm voting for Kamala, I'm right, and this was like 2024, right? But bro, so that one, and then oh my god, and then the second one, which is like the with the death of porn rappers. So the again, like the specific people that I wish death upon, I think it was Future, it was the street rappers. And the reason why I took a stance that harsh was because my thought process was these people are leading our youth to a graveyard or jail. So my thought process was, again, and it might have been harsh as well, was I'm wishing the exact same thing upon them that they're causing to other black men and to our youth, right? Now, I do understand, like, out of context, like, that might be harsh, right? But that was my mindset. You feel me, right? With Nick Fuentes, bro, listen, bro, again, I completely dropped the ball. The Nick Fuentes stuff, I think, was like 2022, 2023, right?
Okay, wait. So if the Nick Fuentes was in 2022, 2023, you said in your apology video that your wake-up call was the rise of white supremacy and white Christian nationalism.
Yeah, of course.
What's the timeline of that? Because 2023 and 2022, Nick Fuentes came out in 2017.
Of course.
The Groypers was out in 2017. The fucking insurrection, January 6th, was 2021.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Stephen Miller got exposed for having white supremacist emails on his server or database in 2015, 2016. And that expose came out in 2019, which means you were fully aware that white supremacy was on the rise, that white nationalism was on the rise.
No, right? But, right? And that's where.
So hold on. So remember, this dude is over here. Remember, this dude is a African from Liberia. He's a toxic tether, and he's over here saying he was deaf to Future, right? He was deaf to Future, man, because these rappers, man, they leading our youth, right? He's Liberian, bruh. Let's take a look. In Liberia's education system, we just talking about corruption here. Patronage and bribery by administrators, professors, and students are widely reported. Abusive resources, teacher absenteeism. So in their schools, the teachers just like, well, I don't feel like teaching these bad kids today. And sex for grades are common. So in Liberia, hey, you know, do you want to get an A? Then go suck the teacher's male instrument. Hey, young African boy, you want to get an A? Then you gotta spread your African teacher over, you know, bend her over and hit it from the bike. Right? Hit it like your life depended on it. Do you want this A, Mbaku? Do you want to B plus Dikembe? A. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. So again, the toxic tether Poetik Fatso was over here worried about Future, and Future over here making a song called "Let's Focus Some Commas." Let's focus some commas. Yeah, right? So you're worried about Future and you wish death to Future, but he's Liberian. Find me the video of Poetik Fatso talking about he wished death to the people in his homeland that are doing this disgusting behavior of corruption. Teachers are offering sex, or teachers are accepting sex for grades. It's very common, right? Whose culture is this? Who raised them, right? He loves to talk about how conservative he is, but why doesn't he talk about this? His homeland, right? With us, we're supposed to talk about what about black on black crime in Chicago and Baltimore and St. Louis. We always talk about it. We got a cadre of Sambos every day. You're inundated with black fatherless homes, black women in bonnets and furry slippers, and men sagging in do-rags and bonnets and all this other stuff, right? And that's considered the nebulous black culture, but they're really talking about black American culture because they want to delineate and make sure that all of their culture is very disaggregated and distinct. Well, I'm showing you the distinct Liberian culture in Liberia. When has the Liberian tether Flakko talked about this? Don't worry, I'll wait. Somebody point me to the video. I'll pull it up right now. You can't point me to it because it doesn't exist. In 2013, Human Rights Watch released their report specifically about police corruption in Liberia, his homeland. They interviewed more than 120 people who said they've been victimized in their dealings with police. They said that police officers typically ask crime victims to pay to register their cases. So if someone steals from you, you like, hey, you call the cops and they say, hey, look, we'll report it. We'll report the crime only after you pay us. And then if you pay them, that's just to report it. It doesn't mean that they're going to solve it. Doesn't even mean that they're going to look for it. And they've already been paid. So they don't truly have an incentive to try to solve crimes. This is in Poetik Fatso's homeland. But then again, he's too busy talking about Future and other street rappers. Now, street vendors said they were often the victim of police raids, especially in Monrovia, which is the capital. Vendors said that police routinely steal goods, arrest vendors, and then require them to pay for their release. So you out there, you can be selling anything. You could be selling Jordans, you be selling PlayStation, you can be selling oranges. They may come and take your oranges and say, hey, you want your oranges back? Then you got to pay me. You feel me? And if you say, I ain't got no money, well, we're going to extort you until you make enough money to pay me. Or if you're an attractive woman, then you know what I mean? You can bust it wide open. So it's just an extortion, right? Let's talk about human trafficking. Liberia is a source, transit, and destination for a country for children trafficked through forced labor and, exploitation. Now, most of these victims are trafficked within Liberia, primarily from rural areas to urban areas. Did you hear Poetik Flakko saying that he's wishing, the demise of these people? For street vending and actual exploitation. Children are also trafficked to alluvial diamond mining areas for forced labor. So they're forced to go work in mines. They're forced to perform these intimate acts. RAPE and actual assault are frequent in the post-conflict era in Liberia. Liberia has one of the highest incidents of actual violence against women in the world. Again, did you hear the Liberian Poetik Fatso talking about this? This is his homeland. Instead, he's talking about Future. Oh my God. Future is making these songs. Well, what's worse? Future making some songs that you might consider degenerate, or some people that's over there forcibly penetrating young girls and women? I'm just saying, 40% of the perpetrators are adult men known to the victims. Show me the video of Poetik Fatso saying that he wishes DATH on these people. What's worse? What's worse for Liberia and his homeland? Because remember, he's pro-blackity black. He won't say that he's pro-African, but he's pro-black. Well, Liberians are black, and look what's happening to them. Look at what Liberians are doing to other Liberians. Don't call this black on black crime. Call this Liberian on Liberian crime. African on African crime. Have you ever heard that term? You've heard black on black crime, but you don't hear Liberian on Liberian crime, right? Why is that? Isn't that exactly what this is? Again, Poetik Fatso was too worried about what about Future and NBA Youngboy. It's like, come on, bruh. The epitome of a tether. Let me see what the chat is chatting about, and I'm gonna get right back into this thing. But I told y'all this one would be a doozy. And we've got none other than the corn husker herself. What up with the hood table? Salute to you. I do appreciate you from sliding through. What up with the sis? And then we got the East Coast finest, Mr. Nassau County and Roger Meadows. I don't even gotta ask where Brooklyn at, because Brooklyn beat you here. Roger, hey, matter of fact, Roger, you late, bruh. So, hey, Roger, you my brother. I love you, Roger, but gotta hit you.
Hope, please.
Nigga, please.
Hope. Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
Just for you being late, but salute to the Brody, Roger Meadows. Hey, my, I had to hit him. Had to hit you, bruh. But let's get back into the video. I'm discussing the toxic tethering of Poetik Fatso. Let's get back into this thing.
I take accountability to my brother. Was again, bro. Like even if you watch that like film, like if you watch that Nick Fuentes stuff, like you can clearly hear it again, bro. Like again, I was like completely like uneducated, ain't really know what's going on. With the Nick Fuentes stuff, again, I dropped the ball completely because again, I heard about Nick Fuentes, I think in 2022 when he did like I think like Abba and Preach, when he did like Fresh and Fit,
So again, this dude is over here lying. So he said he heard about Nick Fuentes when he did Abba and Preach and Fresh and Fit. Every interview that Nick Fuentes does, he's always being anti-black. Literally, there's usually no black people in the room. There's definitely no foundationals in the room, and he always finds a way to bring up black people. So here you have Poetik Fatso saying that Nick Fuentes ran circles around him because I was just uneducated. And this is what people got to stop doing. If you're uneducated, stop asking for interviews that you're not qualified to take. Right? He was so giddy, right, to go over here and clap his BBL booty cheeks for some dub dude that he got completely outclassed. He got intellectually obliterated by Nick Fuentes, who is a moronic Mexican midget and maniac. Come on, bruh. And we're supposed to get this dude a pass, and now all of a sudden he's pro-blackity black. He spent year after year, over 10 years, which is a decade. He spent a decade at minimum of being anti-black, tap dancing and stepping and fetching it for Adam 22 or Adam 16, depending on who you ask, right? And then now all of a sudden we're supposed to pretend as if Poetik Fatso is the new age Malcolm X or Fred Hampton reincarnated. All he is a content creator. You don't know anything that he's done for anyone, right? He had a course that he was trying to sell to people. Speaking of this, a foundational black American, shout out to bro O'Shea Duke Jackson, right? O'Shea Duke Jackson gave him the game for free. And then Poetik Fatso was like, hey, I'm gonna sell y'all the game. I get it, right? You know, that dude is incredible. You feel me? I come from the soil, it's in me, not on me, right? I get it. The game is to be sold, not told. However, he's talking about how he's so pro-blackity black, and he's about liberation and enrichment and uplifting us. So somebody gave you the game for free, right? They say teach a man to fish, right? Don't give them a fish, teach a man to fish so they know how to fish and provide sustenance for their family. He's not trying to teach anybody how to fish. Well, he will only if you pay him for it. Meanwhile, someone taught him how to fish for free. Someone said, hey, look, my Nigerian or Liberian brother, let me teach you the game for free. right? And FBA taught him the game for free. And now we got some Liberian tether trying to sell the game to everybody else. Well, fine. Hey, I ain't knocking your hustle. You sold the game. You reaped a bunch of profits. But what has it produced? All it's produced is content for him, more money for his bank account, but it's done nothing tangible for the community. Yes, and this is what you call tether splaining or tether babbling. And that's what he did, bruh. He did some fake apology, and then he tried to make it about like, hey, you know, I was just conservative. No, you were being disgusting and bigoted and anti-black. That wasn't about conservatism. Most black people are having conservative values. Yes, race hustling, race grifting. Yeah. Rather pathetic to witness.
And during that interview, right, I asked those questions of, hey, are you racist? Hey, do you say the N-word, blah, blah, right?
And if y'all look, and why would he ask these goofy questions? See, and that's why we don't want Tether speaking for us, especially, you know, this like stuttering and stammering goofy dude. And I'm not saying that it's bad because he's stuttering. I've heard people stutter that drop heavy game, right? And you disregard their stutter because of the game they're dropping. You can't be stuttering and then babbling incoherently. You know what I mean? So he's over here like, hey, well, I asked Nick, do you say the N-word and all this stuff? What value does that question provide when you already know that he says the N-word? You should be asking him more pointed questions like, why is he acting like a victim? Why is he blaming black people for all his problems, right? Because they love to say, oh, N-words this and George Floyd and BLM and all this stuff. But these people live in Lily W segregated enclaves where there's no black people around. So there's no black people around, but you still find some way to blame black people who aren't even around you. There's no black mayors, no black governors, no black city councilmen in many of these cities that the people live in. However, they'll be saying, what about Chicago and Oakland? It's like, bro, you live in Ogden, Utah, right? You live in North Dakota, bro. You live in Wyoming. Why are you even talking about Oakland? But let's get back into this thing.
And he did a very great job at evading and concealing his intentions. I dropped the ball. I should have been, again, more educated. I didn't know who Stephen Miller was in 2019. Again, there's no excuse. I dropped the ball and I was wrong. I was uneducated about a bunch of this shit, my brother, right? And that's on me for speaking on shit that I was unaware of, right? Like, I dropped the ball, right? And I do apologize for that. But right hand of God, I did not know who Stephen Miller was in 2019. I heard about in Nick Fuentes when he did the whole with the Alvin Priest, with the Aiden Ross, with that whole little I think circuit, right?
I'm gonna fast forward through some of this because the tether babbling just keeps going on and on. But if y'all can watch the chat, if y'all can watch the chat in the bro was getting grilled in the chat.
Apology, right? So yeah, right. So look, so I didn't see a problem with the racism. I prefer this type and over this. But again, that's the naive me, not again, bro, like not fully understanding like what that entails and what that means. And again, and that was a fucked up thing to say. And I was 1,000% wrong. Bro, listen, bro, like I'm not running away from my personal accountability.
If you're not running away from your personal accountability, then why didn't you address that in your apology video, your non-apology video, where you didn't apologize for shit for real? You literally turned the conversation from genuine criticism about the things you could have addressed, which was super disappointing to most people. For anybody that still had faith in you,
of course,
you turned it from that to make it a whole conversation about conservatism when the criticism was never about you being a conservative or any other black person being a conservative. For the record,
of course. Yeah, of course.
Nobody conservative, nobody black that's a conservative is anti-black. I get people may not agree with conservatism with black people, but that's like 20% of the black population. It's not a rarity to know black.
Like talking about, but I tried to respond back to like my chat. And again, if I dropped the ball in that regard, I am near first out of high school, bro. Again, that was me at what I think like 19, 18 years old, bro, like I've evolved as a person. There's no excuse for that. But again, right? Again, I'm here to address it, but I'm saying is this.
But then he's saying he evolved as a person. How did he evolve? All he did, he went from being a toxic tether that was tap dancing. Hey, salute. I didn't even know you were still in here. So maybe they maybe they will find this suitable. So salute to Big Rig, right? But again, this dude is over here trying to say, hey, he evolved, right? But imagine somebody was an abuser, right? They had a history of abusing people. And then they say, you know what? I seen the light. I'm no longer an abuser. And I'm just going to go about life, singing songs, about the butterflies and the bees and, the birds and the trees, right? But it's like, bro, you didn't address all that disgusting behavior, right? You were a very toxic individual, right? You were behaving like a miscreant and a maniac. Like, are you going to address that? But he doesn't do that, right? So again, Poetik Fatso was over here pretending like, hey, I saw the light. I was toxic back then. I was young. I was 19, bro. I wasn't doing no Sambo stuff like that when I was 19. I wasn't over there worshiping, white mommies, daddy's butt like that. That's what you were doing, Poetik Flakko. Don't try to say it's because you were young and all this other stuff. Now, I get it, right? You were raised in an environment where there were no FBAs around. You were raised by a lot of Lily Dubs. I get that, right? But that doesn't excuse your coonery and buffoonery, because he wants to try to pretend we all black and our people and we this and we that. So he had a duty, a civic duty and an obligation to be immersed in, very entrenched in Black American culture, but that's not what he wanted to do. That's why he keeps saying they and them and stuff. So fine, bruh. Like, this is the treatment that you get, right? You want to be an outsider, you're going to be treated like an outsider. It's no hate. It's just keeping the same energy. Anything else would be uncivilized.
And people say, yo, Flakko, I think you a grifter, fuck you. And I'm saying, listen, I understand. Trust me, I'll be skeptical too. I understand, right? Like, my job, brother, is to do better. And that comes with time. I'm not here to say, hey, man, F you guys. No, listen, I understand how people view me. I understand how it looks. I'm here to hold myself accountable and say, hey, I'm going to do better. I can't take back what I did in the past in terms of, again, at what, I think like 18, at like 18, 19 years old, right? Thinking, right, that I was writing, about like a solution, right? Again, I was young and dumb thinking, right, that the way to like prosper is to grab yourself up and by the bootstrap, not understanding that shit don't work, right? So again, like, that's me saying, yo, I take.
Bro, what? Come on, bro. You can't be serious. Hey, come on, Flakko.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Hey, Poetik Fatso, you're a Liberian tether. There's nothing wrong with being Liberian. There's nothing wrong with being African. You don't know the cultural nuances of foundational Black American freedom and culture. So when these situations arise, you need to shut up and let the big boys deal with this, bro. You're unequipped and you're intellectually not formidable enough to really be debating this dude. And also not to be debating Nick Faguentes, not because he's just some scholarly dude. It's just he knows more than you. And he knows how to manipulate these bozos and butt kissers like yourself, who's a toxic tether, constantly talking about blackness, right? When you talk to Nick Fuentes and people like that, talk to them about Liberia. Talk to them about African culture. Don't even mention the word black. You're African. You love being African. You're proud to be African. So stop saying black. You talk to Nick Fuentes and all of these other bigots that you're praising and glazing for saying the N-word. Talk to them about your motherland, which is Africa. And when they start bringing up FBA, hey, Poetik Fatso.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
That's all you got to do, bruh. That's all you got to do. And shout out to Frank Nitty says Flakko is goofy and stanky. Yikes. Hey, you better be cool, bro. They're gonna call you xenophobic. Let's get back into it.
Again, I was young, dumb, and uneducated. I take responsibility. If folks want to say that I'm a grifter, I understand. All bro, like I can do is take accountability and say that comes with time, but I'm here to address it, which is why I'm here, right?
So again, if somebody is calling you a grifter, why won't you take a stance and say, hey, they called me a grifter, but no, I'm not a grifter, right? It's almost like if somebody called you a snitch or somebody called you a sucker. Usually people be like, bro, I ain't no sucker, bro. And if you want to test me, I'll prove to you that I'm not a sucker, right? Somebody calls you a female dog, right? You address, hey, you know what I mean? But I guess what he's trying to do is, yeah, they called me a grifter, and I don't need to say that I'm not a grifter because I'm just going to do this tether splaining thing. Well, why isn't he not address it? Because they legitimately called you a grifter. And, you know, this is a, you know, people have brought forth compelling evidence that, you know, you do look like you could be a grifter. And all he's just saying is, no, I'm not a grifter. That was a long time ago when I was young, dumb, and full of bushmeat. Okay.
Is to address it. Yo, listen, I fucked up. I apologize to my people, right? There's no excuse that I could give for it. I'm here to say, yo, I woke up and time would tell, right? Like what my character is.
For me, and just from the general comments and stuff that I've been reading, some of the chat, all of that, taking accountability means taking accountability. I'm gonna just put this in the simplest terms for the chat and everybody else. For my kids, if I punish my kids and I'm wrong, or I overreact in the punishment, or I snap on my kids, I literally sit down with them and be like, I am sorry for snapping on you. You didn't deserve it. This is how I feel. It won't happen again. You did not address anything on your own, not without being called out, not without point and shoot video. So I feel like if you made a drastic turn, which is very drastic to go from pro MAGA, pro Trump, pro.
And shout out to the stream sniper 7114, and salute to the illustrious, the sophisticated, and sensational Sincere for recommending my channel. I appreciate that. So, you know, and salute the stream sniper for coming through. But yeah, this is a thing too about accountability, right? So Poetik Fatso wants to act like, hey, I'm taking accountability, but no, he didn't even take accountability, right? Somebody had to make a video calling out all of the disgusting behavior, and then once the video went viral, then he said, then I'll take accountability, right? So imagine somebody, and shout out my homie Big Rig. Big Rig is still in the chat, right? So imagine I was doing some shady, nefarious stuff to Big Rig, right? But I never mentioned it, right? And I'm just saying, well, I used to be shady towards Big Rig, but now I moved on and I've evolved as a person, right? And then somebody documents all the shady stuff that I did to Big Rig. And then now I say, well, you know, I turned a new leaf. I'm different. And, you know, I held myself accountable. Like when, bruh? Like the only reason why you're addressing this is because somebody brought this footage up. Somebody rolled that beautiful bean footage. Spaghetti-o. Don't worry, that drop will be coming soon, right? That's out. That's what I'm saying. So he did all this toxic tethering, all this disgusting stuff about the black community. He was hanging out with Adam 16. He was hanging out with Nick Fuentes and other bigots that hate the black community. And then he tries to frame it as, I was young, dumb, and full of goosey soup. It's like, come on, bruh. Like those excuses only go so far. Why didn't he address it? Why didn't he say, hey, look, bro, I have evolved. Years ago, I used to be on No Jumper. I used to be saying disgusting stuff. I used to be saying anti-black stuff, bro. What I did was wrong, bro. And I want to prove that I'm really down for my community and my people, right? You know, even though he was calling us they and them, right? So that's why I've started this nonprofit organization, and that's why I'm mentoring kids, and that's why I've done X, Y, and Z. All he's done is said he's turned a new leaf, and now he's just making different content. And then he said, look, man, I've already made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of the free game that a FBA gave him. And here, this is how I'm going to pay back the community, right? He's disparaged the community. He's made money off of denigrating the community. And he's going to pay back the community by you buying a course from him. Come on, bruh. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? So yes, Poetik Fatso is the epitome of a tether, bro. Yeah, dude thinks that he's turned a new leaf, but no, this isn't enough, bro. And you doing this interview / debate with Jew Almighty, who I respect the brother. He's very smart. He's astute. He's a good content creator, but I don't think bro is FBA, and he's not really standing on lineage business for foundational freedmen. You know what I mean? Like I said, a couple months ago, I heard him like emphasizing calling us African Americans and stuff like that. So it's like, bro, who are you truly speaking for? Are you speaking for African Americans, black people as a whole, the global diaspora? Because I'm FBA 1, right? So I have to speak for my specific ethnic group first, then I speak to a broader racial group, then I speak to the broader aspect of humanity. You know what I mean? Just like every other group does. But I can't really say the same for Jews. So, you know what I mean? It's speculation. I don't know because I never talked to bro. But based on what I've heard and him being offended by being called Negro, and then him, you know, mad that this dude was glazing Trump, but he says nothing about people glazing Biden. I'm just like, bruh, you know, I don't know. Some suspected Democrat shillery is in the atmosphere. When people bring up something wrong you did, that's when you talk about how wrong you were. That ain't accountability. That's you getting caught and being forced to talk about it. I concur, Stream Sniper. And that's what Poetik Flakko did, right? He says that he regrets all of this stuff. He says that he agrees with the people who are calling him out about it. However, he never addressed it until they called him out about it. And mind you, the dude who called him out about it was a non-black dude. I believe the dude is, you know, let's call him a person of no color, right? So I believe there was a person of no color who called him out, and, you know, people are like, oh, wow, like, I didn't know Poetik Fatso was this toxic. And it's like, that's an issue too. Too many times, if we hear someone with melanin and they repeat our talking points, then we try to pretend as if this person is for us, because many of them know how gullible many in the community are, right? You know, all politics is identity politics, but it gets very toxic when you want to uplift and uphold empty identity politics, right? Like when they're saying what they're going to do for the Jewish community, that's identity politics. However, they extract tangibles based on those identity politics. What they do with the black community is identity politics that are empty, right? And sometimes there are symbolic gestures, things that you didn't ask for. Hey, we're going to give Emmett Till a day, right? How long has Emmett Till been unalived? Salute to the brother Emmett Till. I'm not against the day, but rather than give something tangible, they're like, hey, you should be, you know, happy with this day that doesn't cost anything. It's just a symbolic gesture. Here's a George Floyd statue that no one asked for. And then they'll pay someone that's non-black or non-FBA to commission a statue to be erected. But what does that do for the community, right? You can't look at your kid who's starving or going to a poor school with dilapidated buildings and say, you know, we're proud because we got a George Floyd statue, right? So the empty identity politics, you know, has put, you know, it has been ruinous for the black community. But let's get back into it. And I'm going to start to fast forward some more of this because it's going to just be a lot more tether babbling, and then they're going to kind of go back and forth about you voted for Trump and Trump is bad and you was glazing Trump. It's like, come on, bruh, like, get over it, bro. The same people that are mad that some people were glazing Trump were silent when Biden was getting glazed. They were silent when they were willing to drink Kamala Harris collard green bathwater, right? So I don't want to hear about the glazing.
White supremacy, pro-Proud Boys, to all of a sudden being against all of those things and now calling out people like Chud the Builder. I feel like there should have been a time for, as much as you're online, you do a lot of content, where you say, you know what? I had an awakening. My political alignment changed. I
But-
realized these people
yeah.
are my enemies.
Yeah.
You never addressed anything. You
Well,
just
no,
popped up
no,
when the money was good to be
what-
anti-MAGA.
Well, again, that's not true. Though. If you watch my content, bro, right, bro, I've talked about me being pro-Trump at some point and then turning pro-Trump, even on No Jumper with those clips, right, bro? And on the Thursday show, bro, like there's multiple times where I came on and spoke on why I've turned against Trump, like right, like why like I'm supporting Kamala. So again, this was like again, and it was like a slow turn, but like even in like my videos and on my channel, bro, I've spoke on like, I was once this, I once believed this. I had to have a wake-up call once, again, a click to me that is not about policies. These people don't want to see people like me exist. And that was my wake-up call, right? So again, I have discussed it. Now, in terms of the actual apology, I dropped the ball in that regard because I rushed after seeing my fans leave a comment saying, address your conservative past. I came on and addressed that. I probably should have watched like your video if I knew about it and other videos, right? And say, listen, I seen this, and then go through like each and every point. For that, I own up to it. I dropped the ball, right? I do apologize for that, right? But again, man, I'm here to address it now, right? But yeah, brother, like again, if I would have saw it, I would have addressed every point.
And see, this is where he could have nailed him a little bit more pointed when he says, I dropped the ball and I do apologize that. Because one thing about an apology, you need in a specific thing. Like if somebody said, F your mama, you know what I mean? And I hope your kid get poisoned or something like that, right? And somebody just says, man, I just apologize for everything that I said. It's like, well, you said a lot of stuff. So what exactly are you apologizing? Well, I'm apologizing for saying this about your mom and this about your daughter. That was disgusting what I said. And I don't really, you got to get specific with the apologies, not just a vague, well, I apologize. And that was a bad era and I was young. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, what exactly are you apologizing for? I thought it was funny when Kamala called Joe Biden racist, then acted like she didn't say that when he said he would make her his VP. Dub man is evil until he give you something. Yeah, that's essentially what Poetik Fatso was doing, right? Now he's on this kick where it's like, we don't need to be going against each other. We need to unite and form Voltron against dub supremacy. It's like, bro, you were just kissing white man's butthole, bruh. It's like, come on, like, just stop. And Kamami too, like Kamami is married to a dub Jewish man. And on top of that, like you were saying, that little girl was me. Like she was over here trying to like shame Biden because Biden was vehemently against busing. She's alluding to the fact that he was an anti-black bigot, which he is. And he was back then. But instead of saying that, no, I don't want to be a VP for anti-black bigot, she like, hey, if this is my ticket into the White House, she just, it's like on the Men in Black, how they had that thing to wipe your memory. Somebody didn't even have to do that to her. She was just like, I didn't really care about that anti-black stuff he done anyways, because she's really a Punjabi princess, right? So these people, this is why I'm saying these are the top. And Kamami, she's a tether as well, right? They'll use blackness to get to close proximity, and then whenever they can discard it, and then she becomes Asian, right? Or if they are racially considered quote unquote black, right, they'll discard it for their ethnic and or national specificity, like Liberian, Haitian, Senegalese, etc., right? So, and Kamami wasn't even the first pick. Biden was going to pick Amy Klobuchar, but Amy Klobuchar was a public official. I can't remember what she was. I think she was a senator or something like that in Minnesota, and she had a history with the bigoted Derek Chauvin, who unalived George Floyd. So that was the pick, right? Biden kept saying he was going to pick a woman as a VP, and then once it got politically let's say politically chaotic, then he started saying, well, I'm gonna pick a black woman. And then there were some actual foundational black women that he could pick, but then he picked this racially ambiguous chick and then tried to pass her off as the most pro-blackity black woman ever. And then when you say, bro, she's really not black, bro, she's Punjabi, then it turned into colorism and misogynoir and you sound like MAGA and all this other type of stuff. And I'm sure Jew sounds like he wanted to vote for Kamala. So it's like, bro, were you saying the same thing? I don't know. I didn't follow your content during that political election, but sounding with the Democrat shillery that I'm hearing, it sounds like you would have been on that type time anyways. Some of the main people, usually women, screaming dub supremacy are dating and married to dub men. Kamala, Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and don't forget another one, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Remember, Biden was like, put the first African American on the bench, right? And then they're trying to look like the little black girls around the world should be able to look up to Ketanji Brown. So what? You want to look up to being a Supreme Court justice where you just have to kind of bend the knee and kowtow to whatever the majority justices say. And guess what? You can get you a Lily Dub man. Okay, like who really is advocating for that for your little sis, your little girl, right? You're talking about black girl magic, and the black girl magic is to get into the highest office of the land, not do anything for black people, but your prize, your reparations will that you get you a Dub Bradley or a Benjamin. Okay, and you know what Malcolm X said about the Dub liberals.
Right?
Okay,
but
so
I didn't see it, no?
There's another thing. So when it comes to being black and proud and loving blackness and being pro-black, it is the appreciation of everything that makes us us. So when you're on these videos and discussing white people the way that you do, it is harmful to black people in general. When you're saying
I'm gonna start to fast forward it because some of these they get bogged down, but he's essentially talking about how this dude was praising and glazing whiteness, kissing white mommy and daddy's butt, but he doesn't just butt kiss. He takes it a step further. He places his hands firmly on the cheeks, spreads them apart, and licks up and down and all around.
Believe that you changed based on the things that we saw from the past. I'm telling you, when I covered Chud the Builder, I covered it because I believed that Chud the Builder was wrong for going around calling black people the hard N-word and trying to fight them, right? I thought that was wrong, and that's why I covered it. I didn't cover it for any other reason other than I thought he was wrong, right? As a matter of fact, bro, so when I covered Chud, like my first couple of videos, like on Chud, like, and I was first, and it didn't really do no numbers, right? It took like 4 or 5 months, right? For the entire, like, you feel me? For like,
it was 2 waves of Chud. It was the early wave of Chud, and then he kind of fell off. And then
right? Yeah, right? But those videos were not performing well, but I still did it consistently because, again, I thought what he was doing was wrong, right? So I didn't cover Chud for a grift. I covered Chud because I thought what he was doing was wrong.
You thought what he was doing was wrong. So you thought him walking up to black people, antagonizing black people, and calling them the N-word was wrong.
Yeah.
Again, I just have to question, why is it wrong for Chud the Builder to do that, but you being in the studio with white people saying the N-word is okay?
Again, man, I told you, again, at the time, again, there's no excuse for like that era and that time. People learn and grow. Where I'm at right now, that wouldn't have happened, right? Now, look, I'm not.
Bro, what is he talking about? That era lasted over 10 years. So he's saying that era, what era? The tether era? The non-enlightened era? The young, dumb, and full of bushmeat era? What era is he talking about? Now he's saying, well, back in that era, I was like this, but now I've grown. How did you grow? He was doing this for over a decade, and now he's been pro-blackity black. He's not saying pro-Africans. He's saying he's pro-blackity black, but he's only been like that for 6 months or less, right? Okay, and we're supposed to pretend that what? This is the second coming of MLK? what are we doing, bruh? What would you be with a dub man if you go against dub supremacy? Well, they call you a mud shark. You know who you remind me of? Amazing Luke as well. Tell me, get more specific. What aspect of him reminds you of Amazing Lucas? Recently on the NJ podcast, someone brought up Flakko at one point was talking to a 17-year-old girl and was waiting till she turned 18 for you know what. They had a few episodes on it. Yeah, shout out to Stream Sniper. I'm glad you came through. Yeah, bro isn't pro-black, and remember, he's an African from Liberia. And just to be clear, there's nothing wrong with being African. There's nothing wrong with being Liberian. But he keeps throwing this term black around so loosely, bro. You're African. Aren't you proud to be African? Why don't you ever hear Africans uttering the word African? The only time it seems like they say African is when they're trying to get black people to identify as African. Why y'all call yourself black? You don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. You're from Mother Africa. It's like, bro, you don't even call yourself African. Well, that's because we know who we are. Well, I know who I am too. I'm a foundational Black American freedman. You can have African ancestry, you can have African genetics and not be a continental or cultural African. There's many Europeans with African ancestry that are not African. Mexico was a slave colony. They have African ancestry and many have African genetics. They're not African. You see all of the people in the Caribbean, most of the quote unquote formerly enslaved Africans were brought to the Caribbean. Brazil is one of the top places. Show me the people calling themselves African Brazil. Don't talk to me about Afro-Hispanic. Don't talk to me about Afro-Latina. Talk to me about African. You know, the term that they keep trying to force on Black Americans. Y'all African Americans. No, we're not, right? So if we're all African Americans, then that means everybody has to put an African in front of their identity. African Haitian, African Jamaican, African Trinidadian, African Ivory Coast, African Bahamian. I mean, if we're all African and it's a constant, persistent, you know, pressure to be forced to be called African, fine, I give up. We just gonna call everybody African. And remember the out of Africa theory. If there's an out of Africa theory, that means life started in Africa. So that means we're all African. So should I go to my Japanese people and say, well, life started in Africa and there are Afro-Asiatics, but I don't want to use the term Afro. I have to use the term African. Does that make any sense? Calling a person an African Asian? But it does make sense calling someone an African American. No, it doesn't. You've just been convinced that it makes sense because it's a term of ethnic erasure and it tries to lump someone up and pretend as if this isn't our land, as if we're not native to this land, as if we're actually from a different place and we are just happy to be here and we're no different than another immigrant group, right? Those days of ethnic and cultural erasure are over. How he switched up his content before Lucas was MAGA. Oh yeah, Lucas was at the thing with Charlie Kirk. Lucas was at turning point with Charlie Kirk, and then I guess he turned a new leaf. But shout out to Lucas though.
I guess what was the learning and growing that happened? You know what I'm saying? If I learned to grow for something, if I fought all the time when I was younger, my growing experience would be like me probably getting knocked out or hurting somebody seriously. So I'm not going to do it anymore. I guess at what point was the learning and growing? Because people are very much confused about your learning and growing based on the timeline of events of what you supported, when you supported it, to your instant change up when MAGA became unpopular.
But again, though, it can't be okay. So I came to LA in 2022 by the election cycle when Trump was running for president, prior to him being elected and this shit falling apart. I was saying on No Jumper that I'm voting for Kamala, that I'm not voting for Trump. So again, there's no switch up when it became like unpopular when back in 2024, I think that's when Trump was running for president. Yeah, back in 2024 was me actively saying I don't support this dude. You feel me? Right.
But again, that's the issue. The black
her.
journalist thing that happened in Chicago, the black journalist convention when he was being.
So again, you see how they keep making this about Trump? It's like, come on, bro. The dude is saying anti-black stuff about the black community, and you keep saying, you voted for Trump, you glazed Trump. It's like, come on, bro. Like, this is where the Democrat shillery is just like, it's just getting very apparent, bro. Biden has a worse record than Trump. If you want to say that Trump is anti-black, I'm not going to hold you. I'm not going to try to defend the honor of Trump and try to pretend that he's, loves the black community. But you can't on one hand say that how bad Trump's anti-blackness is. But at the same time, you're not saying anything about people that was glazing and praising Biden. Biden looked Charlemagne, the fraud, in the eye and said, if you having trouble figuring out whether to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. That's one of the most disgusting political statements ever, because he wouldn't say that to any other group. He wouldn't look at some Ashkenazi person saying, if you have trouble or figuring out whether to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't Jewish, or you ain't Asian, or you ain't an immigrant, or you ain't any other specific ethnic or cultural group. But he said it to black people. And then people are still like, well, Trump is bad, so we got to vote for Biden. And then now it pivots with Trump. I mean, Biden helped sabotage Kamami, right? She only had 100+ days to run. And then it still was supposed to be, no, vote blue no matter who. Vote for Kamami because she's a sister girl. And your mama is black, so vote for Kamala. My mom, no. My mom wasn't raised like Kamala in some Punjabi household. Salute to the Punjabis. I didn't just grow up eating tandoori chicken and naan and curry. Salute to them, right? I'm just saying that's a completely different culture. We didn't grow up cooking collard greens in a tub and sprinkling bacon on them and stuff. Hey, shout out to that culture. Stop pretending as if it's a foundational freedom and culture, because it's not. Biden set up Kamami for failure, and then you got people like this Jew dude over here focused on how bad Trump is. Trump is bad and you were glazing Trump. It's like, yeah, but you were glazing Kamala. How are you any better? Trump allegedly ain't gonna do nothing for us, and neither was Kamala. But Kamala was better because what? She's more rhetorically polite. Nah, I'm good. I'm okay with the overt bigotry, right? I'd rather have overt bigotry because it keeps you sharp. It keeps you on your toes. Now, I prefer no bigotry at all. However, if bigotry is going to be the table, let it be overt. Let people, wear shirts to say the N word with the hard ER, not because I want that, because it will keep people stop pretending as if we're in this post-racial utopia of color blindness and we're all the same, created in the image of God, and we're all singing hands and singing Kumbaya. It's like, it's not reality. And people pretend as if it's a reality until people are marching in the streets. Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us, right? Unfortunately, I don't want to see that stuff happen, but it's the only way that people have their wake-up calls. Remember when Biden said that, thank you, Mr. White Man. Thank you for letting me as a black man. What will make me black? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you seen Charlemagne the fraud just sitting there just like a buck broken, brain dead bozo and didn't even say anything. It was, very pathetic to witness. Remember that leaked virtual meeting of Biden and those black civil rights leaders? Yeah, Biden was disparaging these black civil rights leaders. He was cussing at them, foaming at the mouth. Y'all need to work with the Hispanics. Like he was just getting pissed. Now, there was no point in time where they said, hey, the Hispanics need to work with the black people, but they just sat there just like a bunch of brain dead, buck broken boule bozos. And, that was more disgusting than anything. They were literally glazing Biden while he was disrespecting them. But is Jew going to bring that up? No, he's just talking about how bad Trump is and you voted for Trump and you glazed Trump. It's like, bro, you're glazing the Democrats, bro. Do you hear yourself? Democrats paraded their favorite trophy house Negro, Obama, who is the head tether in charge, a biracial Kenyan, to try to shame young black men into voting for a woman who had brown skin and didn't even identify as black. Correct. I mean, I could pull it up right now. When she got elected to Congress, they said first Asian elected, right? So then all of a sudden, you know, when they were like, oh, well, the Asians, they don't really consider her Asian like that. They'll extract some resources for her, you know, doing the Stop Asian Hate thing, but they don't really see her as the same. But yeah, Obama, the little biracial Kenyan, notice this, right? Obama is biracial, right? He's a biracial African, right? He spends 100% of his time wagging his fingers at black Americans, but dude, you're partially white. So he spends none of his time wagging his finger at white people, even though he's half white. And then he spends all of his time saying what black people, pull your pants up, Pookie. It's like, bro, why? And then even this fake Southern twang that he has, bro, he don't really talk like that. He's trying to act like, yeah, well, my name is Obama and I ain't the president of black America. I'm the president of all America. It's like, bro, what's up with this fake Southern accent, bro? I'm just getting sick of this pathetic stuff. Kamami did the same thing. You better thank a union member. It's like, bro, where did this Kamami come from? AOC is doing the same thing because she's trying to get ready to run for president. She had some speech going in front of black people. We finna pull up in Alabama because the Republicans trying to take our vote away. And it ain't nothing wrong if you's a janitor. It ain't nothing wrong if you's a rapper. I was like, what? Who the heck is this? They had even that El Said dude. He's over here trying to sound like Malcolm X. They got this other Buck Broken Boulay, Justin Pearson dude trying to sound like MLK. But then when he got around to Lily Dubs, he's like, hi, my name is Justin Pearson and I would love to represent you. So if you vote for me, I would be happy to represent you to the fullest extent. And don't forget to vote for Justin Pearson or whatever the dude's name is. Then he get around the black people and I have a dream and our ancestors fought for us to die to vote. And yes, we need to vote. And before we vote, we gonna sing some Negro spirituals. You hear me? It's like, bro, what? Where is this coming from, bro? The pandering knows no bounds, bro. It's just getting rather disgusting. Bro, that's what she said. She was the one who said that she cooks her greens in the tub and then puts bacon on it. I'm like, bruh, I love bacon, but bruh, even though bacon is bad for you, but bacon is delicious. I can't lie. I do like bacon, but not in my collard greens. Where they do that at, bruh? That ain't no FBA recipe. So don't try to pass it off. Now, anyone could make greens. Just don't pretend that that's an FBA recipe. Say that this is the Punjabi way to make greens. We don't put nothing in the tub, bro. What? Like, that's not our culture, bro. Trump had a platinum plan for Black America and Ice Cube's contract with Black America. I have some scrutiny about that platinum plan, but at least he was able to put something forward. The platinum plan was kind of a nothing burger because it has some trick language in there where it pivots to like kind of the people of color, marginalized, underserved groups talk. That's what they do. They put black on the headline, black, this for blacks. And then you read down, you say, this is for blacks and underserved groups and minority populations and blah, blah, blah. So it's basically an all lives matter proposal that's framed as doing something for black people. And Trump and Kardashian worked. Yeah, they did that First Step Act. So again, that's more than what Biden did. You don't got to like Trump, but Trump did do the First Step Act. Now, the First Step Act is just that, a first step. There should be more steps after that. But Biden, he was calling the crime bill Biden's law. But here you have this person, Jew Almighty, grilling Flakko about his glazing for Trump. But it's like he doesn't realize that he's inadvertently glazing for the Democrats. You say you should do a video on, yeah, I was thinking about doing it. Shout out to my bro, Water God. He did a video of that. You know, I don't know what's going on with Toxic Tasha, right? You know what I mean? But I could suspect because Tasha K, she does have some sort of African husband, so I guess they have kids together. So since I don't get it, right? But the disingenuous nature, and I'll just speak on this: the disingenuous nature of people that have bi-ethnic babies, or they have a relationship with someone of a different ethnic group. They already know the separations that these people have. They know the delineations that these people have. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look it up. There's over 3,000 different tribes in Africa. Does that sound united to you? They're literally in close proximity to each other. Imagine you're in Dallas and you drive to Houston and you can't understand the people there because they speak a different language. You're in New York and you drive to Jersey and you can't understand them because they speak a different language. That's how many parts of Africa are. And people like Tasha K is trying to pretend FBA is dividing people. All FBA is not a group. FBA is a lineage. You're trying to frame it as anything other than that, but all it is a lineage, right? FBA is the same people that are called Black American. It's literally Black Americans. We just put an F in front of it because, again, when you say Black American, no one knows who you're talking about. We have this toxic tether on the screen who is a Liberian African, but according to the nebulous nature of the term, he's Black American, right? No, he's not. According to the toxic nebulous term, just Black American, we know who Black American normally meant. But now, since there's a bunch of melanated immigrants, we got Myron Gaines going around saying, well, I'm a Black American. We got Sneeko, who's definitely an Asiatic person, but he tries to say, well, my dad is Haitian, so that's why I'm Black. But there's no race called Haitian. His dad is some racially ambiguous Haitian who doesn't even look Black. So now we have to pretend that Sneeko was somehow Black. So we have to accept and adopt anyone. Sneeko is Black. Logic is Black. Myron Gaines is Black. It's like, no, bruh. Some lines in the sand need to be drawn. And it doesn't need to be divisive, or let me say, it doesn't need to be disrespectful to be distinctly divisive, right? So again, Tasha K is married to an African who is divided by a tribe, right? And then they want to talk about FBA is like the KKK. Well, you're with an African. What is Tasha K doing and building in Africa? Right? Yeah, she's built a life with an African man, but what has she built? She's built a platform on anti-Blackness in the FBA community. Show me all the mexy toxic stuff that Tasha K is talking about Africans, right? She's literally with an African. So I mean, y'all get the point. Yeah, so Kamami was talking about how she loves making collard greens, and she made her greens so good that it would be so many of them that she would make them in the tub. It's like, that's just not FBA culture. It's not. Oh, snap. Hell no. This can't be who I think it is. Is that who I think it is? Hold on. Mahogany? Is that really you? Because if that's the case, I gotta hit you.
Oh, damn. Dr. Fresh. Wait a minute. I know you. Wait a minute.
So salute to Mahogany. Roots, I appreciate you sliding through, looking fly. You know what I mean? I don't know if you did that. If you do you do her? Because if you do her, you feel me? Come hit the locks up. You feel me? I need a retouch. But I think you on the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken, Mahogany. I'm out here in the Bay Area, California. Yeah, but if you out here, I need you to help me with the her. You feel me? But you know, I'm feeling, are those the locks or are those braids? I can't really tell. I can't tell what type of roots those are. But salute to Mahogany. I'm glad that you caught me as well. Appreciate you. But you said And Southerners and Midwesterners know there's different types of wash tubs of washing laundry, one for cleaning off foods and bathing yourself. Bruh, I'm not washing nothing that I'm eating in a tub, especially some cats, bro. Cats be having that little dirt ring around the tub. Like, did you thoroughly clean the dirt ring, or did she use some of the dirt ring to add flavor to her collard greens? I don't know, but I don't want none of collard Mala's greens. I'm good. And Mario says FBA was created by a federalized grifter in order to scam the black community out of more money and also to divide. That's the PSYOP, divide and control, but there's no comparison to the KKK. Well, Marlo, how do you identify and what is your ethnic background? Because before I go back and forth, I need to know who I'm talking to, because it's usually always these faceless accounts, right? So what ethnic group are you? Because if you're not of the foundational population, you know what I mean, this message gets a little bit incoherent. And then they keep talking about division. Division is not bad, bro. Go to the continent of Africa, because you sound like you're a Pan-African, possibly a Pan-Goofy, right? So I'm going to just assume that you're an African, right? Or you believe that we're all African and came from the motherland, right? Well, why aren't you in the motherland, Marlo? Because in the motherland is divided. North Africans don't even want to call themselves African. I'm Middle Eastern, I'm Arab, I'm Muslim. They're African and don't even want to call themselves African. Somalis are African and they say, hey, I'm Somali. Don't just call me a generic African. Many Somalis think that they're Arab. They don't think that they're black. So when you're talking about divide and control and all this other stuff, you need to go be preaching this to people in Africa. Africa, these are the people who are the majority in their country. We are a minority here. A lot of these pan goofies love to push this message. Yo, just trying to divide. Well, go to Africa and unite. Why aren't you in Africa uniting anyone? Instead, you're whining to the black community. It's a psyop. Okay, well, what is Pan-Africanism? Fine, FBA is a psyop. Then what is Pan-Africanism? And what has it produced? It's produced people just like this that leave comments that won't show their face, and people that make content saying Tariq is bad. Tariq is bad. It's like, Tariq ain't my daddy. I don't know that nigga, bruh. I don't. So again, if you think he's a grifter, go talk to him. He haven't grifted anything from me. He hasn't led me anywhere. So again, Tariq is a grifter for coming up with the term FBA, but Al Sharpton, the Boulay, and Jesse Jackson, right? They're not grifters for coming up with the term African American, even though people were rejecting that term. There was no poll that said, hey, yeah, we all want to be called African American. The only poll that they took, African American, was rejected. People said, hey, I'm black. I'd rather be called black. After that, it was Afro American, not African, Afro. And then the last was African American. And the Boulay and the DNC said, yeah, we don't care about none of that. Y'all niggas is African American now. And it was imposed. I never called myself that. My family never called me that. I was categorized as that. How was that not a psyop to divide and control? You know what I mean? Like, bro, what are you talking about? Tasha K has been living in Africa ever since she ran her mouth about someone a few years ago. That's because her husband moved them over to Africa. Okay, fine. Since you know this, tell me what she has built over there. I know she's built a sizable platform based off American eyes and American money, but what tangibly has that produced for the local population of Africans there? And if she's in Africa, shouldn't she be more worried about Africa and building up Africa more so than the FBAs and like the KKK? She's in Africa, allegedly, where there's a bunch of tribal wars going on. Have you heard about what's going on in Sudan and Darfur? Look up. There said that that's the #1 humanitarian crisis in all of the globe. Over 1 million people are expected to be deceased based on famine and food insecurity. Is Tasha K talking about that? No, because it's not gossipy, right? It's not fun. It's not sexy, right? She want to talk about the KKK. The KKK is like in Sudan. Why is Sudan split into South Sudan? Because there's some Arab invaders and some people that want to split up the country and divide. in control. No one is calling that a psyop. All of these Pan-Africans that want to try to pretend we all the same because we all black. Well, we don't need you wagging your fingers at black people. At least the foundational population. Go to the motherland. That's where they need you. They're the majority over there, and many of them are getting smacked around, right? Why aren't you there to help them? They would need your knowledge. They would need your expertise. They would need your resources. And you're not wagging your fingers at these populations who are being run by corrupt leaders. They're being sold out and stabbed in the back by their own countrymen. And instead of talking about that, what about FBA? Come on, man. The toxic tether Poetik Fatso is doing the same thing. Saying, I wish death on Future. It's like, bruh, you're from Liberia, bruh, where there's a bunch of little beautiful girls being trafficked, and 40% of them are being trafficked and molested and forcibly penetrated by people that they know. I'm just saying, what are we doing here, bruh? No such thing as sudsy greens. I'm not African. I have some Jamaican ancestors, but everything else, I'm black. Okay. You said you're confused. I don't know. I guess I didn't know what I was getting into. Talking about division is a good thing. Look at Africa. Please explain that one. So, first of all, division can be a good thing. It's not inherently a good thing. It is good to be divided from toxic people. It is good to be. So right now, if you're in a neighborhood and you know that there's some people on the Megan's Law list, do you want to be united with them or do you want to be divided from them, right? In that case, you'll be saying, well, yeah, I want to be divided, i.e. separated, i.e. segregated. In that context, division would be good. It's not always good to be divisive, but in many cases it is. And when we're talking about delineation, that's a good way to be distinct. You can call it division. I call it distinction. Distinction and disaggregation. It's good to be distinctive, right? It's not good to lump us and pretend like we're all just one big generic African. That's a form of ethnic and cultural erasure, and I don't support that. Do you? And you're saying, look at Africa. Please explain that one. I don't have to explain it. All you have to do is look at Africa. 3,000 tribes, 54 countries, 2,000 plus dialects. Does that sound united to you? It's a psyop. It's division. Well, what is united about 3,000 plus tribes? You're Jamaican, and why don't you call yourself African Jamaican? Just curious. Why didn't you call yourself African Jamaica? And speaking of Jamaica, Jamaica isn't united. You know what I mean? There's more Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica than in Jamaica. And this isn't to demean or disparage this. It's just facts, right? Jamaicans can't even access their own beaches. You want to talk about division? You know who's dividing the resources? The people that are smacking you around. There's a bunch of Chinese people over there smacking Jamaicans around. There's a bunch of U.S. imperialism and these U.S. multinational corporations going around and smacking around the local population so that you can't even enjoy the beautiful beaches in your own homeland. You want to talk about division? It's people in your corrupt homeland that are dividing the people, that are dividing the resources and stabbing your own native population in the back. But instead, you're over here talking about FBAs or a PSYOP while you can't even go to Jamaica and access the beaches. And if you can access the beaches, that's because you have an American passport. If you lived over there, you would be getting smacked around, unfortunately, like many of the local population is. That's why you're not there. You're Jamaican, but don't want to live in Jamaica and don't want to build in Jamaica. Unfortunately, I'm not Pan-African and I'm not goofy neither. So keep coming with your assumptions, but let's talk about something real. I am talking about something real. I'm just responding to what you said. Everything I said was real. What did I say that was fake? What did I say that was a lie? Because if I said something that was a lie, debunk me. Take one thing that I said that was a lie and debunk me right now. And I'll pull it up if you thought that you debunked me, but you didn't. Because with this line of rhetoric, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. So a vast majority of Somalians have seriously deep-rooted self-hate among their groups against African tribes. That's what I'm saying. There's many Somalians saying that I'm not black, I'm literally brown, I'm Arab, and fine. You're Arab, you're not black. And then when you say they're not black, see, you can't gatekeep blackness, that's xenophobia. It's like, bro, you don't even identify as black. And I just conceded and said you're not black, and then it turns into that's a psyop, you trying to divide. It's like, bruh, show me the movements of East Africa trying to unite with West Africa. Show me the movements of North Africa trying to unite with anybody. Just saying. Bruh, a lot of cats, they love to like kind of run their mouth, but you know, they're not really like standing on, you know, they're not really standing on what they talking about. Last time I knew, she and her husband has been living on the African continent, but I don't know if they live in her husband's home country. I really don't know, and I really don't care, bro. A lot of cats move to Africa, but they get no traction talking about Africa. That's why they have to talk about Black Americans. Then they have to try to collapse blackness and try to make blackness synonymous with African. Meanwhile, in Africa, those Africans aren't calling themselves black. 3,000 tribes, none of them are called black. 54 countries, none of them are called black. They say it all the time. Black is just a color. It's no country called black. Okay, fine. There's no country called black. So stop calling yourself black. Identify yourself by your nation state and your tribe. And our tribe, freedmen, foundational Black American. Nobody Somalian here. All love to my Somalians. Salute to the Somalis. I love them too. I love human beings in general. But it seems like you grifting here yourself by pandering to these undercover. Again, see, and this is where it gets very cowardly. And like this person right here, no one even knows who you are, bro. Another faceless wacko over here saying you're grifting. I'm over here exposing the grift of a toxic tether, Flakko. And rather than this person talk about Flakko, they come over here and say that I'm grifting. Nobody knows you, bro. You're not a real supporter, bro. Like, I've never even seen you over here, bro. You've never liked my stuff. You never shared me out, and you didn't drop anything in the Cash App or Super Chat. You're just over here whining like a moist hoe and a little B-I-E-I-E-I itch. You're a grifter. You're pandering. Pandering to who? I'm a foundational Black American freedman. I'm America first. So who am I pandering to? I'm standing on business for my lineage, for my community, for my country. You fled your homeland and you don't even want to go back. You haven't fixed anything there. You don't want to fix anything here. All you want to do is whine and throw out buzzwords and bumper stickers. You're a panderer. You're grifting. It's like, bro, you won't even show your face, bro. You're rather pathetic, dude. And like I said, you're not formidable enough to challenge me. I don't know who you think you are, Marlo or Mar-Ho. But you like dividing. Yes, I do like dividing. I like distinction, right? I like specificity. You said you like dividing. Please give me something comprehensible, because you say you like division. Bruh, if you're not comprehending, I'm going to have to move on, bro. Like I said, I've already made the statement that you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me, and you're just proving my point. Give me something comprehensible. If you can't understand what I'm saying, I'm not speaking a foreign language. I'm not speaking Pig Latin. I know you said you're Jamaican, but Bombaclad, you should understand what I'm saying. And dividing Africa is a bad thing. Why aren't you in Africa, bruh? Why aren't you in Africa? Why aren't you here? Go back to your motherland and build Africa. Don't worry about what I'm saying. Just go back to Africa, bruh. You're playing dumb. You're making a straw man argument. It's like, bro, you have no argument. You're just literally babbling incoherently. You're talking about division and all this other stuff. Bruh, you're Jamaican and you can't even go to Jamaica right now and build anything. Is that a straw man argument, or is that a statement of fact? You have no access to your beaches. Most Jamaicans don't live in Jamaica. Is that a straw man argument, or is that a statement of fact? Come on, Marlo, bro. Matter of fact, Marlo, I gotta hit you.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
And just in case you were unclear, Marlo.
Okay, see?
See, now you found yourself a nigga. You was looking for a nigga? Nigga here now, see?
Today's forecast, dark and cloudy, and chance of drive-by.
This shit just got real. What you gonna do, bitch?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
You ever heard of rolling 20s, nigga? Since I was 16, nigga. See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules, but now he see that I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
Stream says, I never thought about it. There sure is a lot of Jamaicans not in Jamaica. Well, like I said, Stream, don't take my word for it. Look it up. If you, I could do the liberty for it, but like, and now bro is like, oh, I'm not Jamaican. Like, well, you ain't FBA, bro. Like, nobody knows what you are. Like, what are you, bro? Are you an African American? Are you just an African? Because you are giving off tether vibes. So you talking about Marlowe World, FTP? Does the T in FTP stand for tether? Ferocious tether prick? I don't know, bro. That's what you're sounding like. In Africa, they hike up prices greatly for foreigners. They don't care about skin color or kinship. If they know you weren't born in Africa, it's a ton of countries that do that, especially in the Mideast. And this is what I'm trying to say. They always talk about why y'all want to divide. We all African. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a psyop. It's like, bro, have you been to Africa? Like, you don't even have to have been to Africa to know how divided it is. And this is why these people don't want to go. They love to be African. It's just they don't want to be Pan-African in Africa. And you says, I'm not Jamaican. I'm not Somalian. You taking everything I'm saying out of context. Well, what are you? You see what I'm saying? He's trying to say his grand. I asked him what he was, and he went all around the block. Well, my grandpappy, he was Jamaican. I asked you what you are, nigga. Like, what are you saying, bruh? Come on, bruh. And see, this is why I know you ain't truly a foundational, bruh, because you would have already stood on your lineage. You tap dancing. Well, I'm kind of Jamaican. No, but I'm not really Jamaican. It's like, bro, what are you, bruh? Go speak to your own community, bro. Go speak to the Caribbean community. And you said, she didn't come here by choice. Do you know anything about American slavery and the fact that who are you talking about, bro? You said my mother and father and mothers are FBA. The fact that I kept it real and said we have Jamaican roots, you are exemplifying everything I'm exposing, and you don't even get it. But you're not exposing anything. You won't even show your face, bro. You just got a random green circle that says M. Like, you can't expose me, bro. I don't know who you think you are, bro. You're not tough. You know what I mean? You're not smart. So you're not qualified to expose me. Like I said, you're showing because you're actually educated. Well, you don't seem educated. You seem very incompetent. You know what I mean? But, you know, salute to you for, you know, I'm going to get back into it. No, I didn't want to sit and focus on anything. And if you just keep babbling incoherently, I'm going to have to put you on timeout because you didn't really come to add anything productive to the discussion. You just came to kind of whine. You know what I mean? Like, you feel me? Cry me a river, bruh. This ain't the place to whine. You know what I mean?
Fucking despicably rude to the black journalist, Rachel Scott, and the black journalist there was in 2024.
Of course. Yeah.
Those timelines.
No, wait though. Right here. But me disagreeing with how somebody conducted an interview does not equate to me supporting Trump policies. Because again, back in 2024, I particularly said, I'm not voting for him. And that was a public stance of mine, right? Again, that's no secret. That's a public stance of mine. I said, I'm not supporting him, right? Now,
again, Marlo, why aren't you in Africa? Why aren't you in Africa? You don't even know what African countries reached out to FBA. So again, he says that his parents are FBA, but FBA is a psyop. So what are you then, bruh? If FBA is a psyop, clearly you don't identify as that. So tell me what you identify as. Because people be like, well, I'm just a black American. Yeah, well, so is Idris Elba. So is Cynthia Erivo. African countries reached out. Okay, well, since they reached out, why aren't you in those African countries that reached out? Why are you here in America whining to FBAs about the African countries that reached out that you didn't go to? They reached out and you ignored them. Why did you ignore them? You love Africa so much. You love your motherland so much. Just go back there. They reached out to you, bruh. The hell out of here, bruh.
me having, I disagree with this interview or this here, that's not a stance of, hey, I support the guy. Because back in 2024, I was saying publicly on the 4 million.
Hey, don't quote me. Answer this question. Why aren't you in Africa building up your motherland? Could you answer that question? Why aren't you in Africa building up your motherland? Nah, I mean, this is shout out to Big Rig for still rocking out, bruh. We got some moist maniacs in the chat.
Platform, I do not support this guy. I'm voting for Kamala. All right. Now, all the other stuff, my brother, again, it's up to the people who is hearing this to say, he's changed. I believe him or not. But I'm just saying again, time will tell. I grew, I learned from it, and
Hey, yeah, shout out my Marlo. Since you so pro blackity black, bro, hit the Cash App, bruh. Matter of fact, hey, thanks, I'm gonna go ahead and cue that up. Marlo, since you pro blackity black and you pro African, hey, send some to your African brother. Send something to your African nigga.
If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and smash that. If you're feeling generous, then you can hit the Cash App. $Easy Stack. It's easy to remember. All them donations that you contribute make it feel like it's the 25th of December. Hit the Cash App. It's preferred over Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% off the top, and that's stupid whack. So if you want to see growth and watch the content get greater, send a Cash App to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Yeah, bro, since you pro blackity black, go ahead. $Easy Stack. It's easy to remember. Let's get back into it. Hey, salute to Big Rig. Hey, I respect it because, bro, I was getting annoyed with bro. Like, you know, Big Rig, you know that I try to be respectful. I'm not a man of censorship because troll lives matter, bro. But at some point, bro, I gotta hit you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit.
Nope.
I don't like that shit.
People like Marlo or Marho, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me, bruh. I'm just saying. Let's get back into it, though. And I ain't gonna be here for too much longer, but I do sincerely appreciate y'all for rocking out. I told y'all this one would be a doozy.
I apologize for all the other stuff that people heard from me, right?
I just want your thoughts on this real quick.
Yeah.
I just want your thoughts on this.
Sure.
Trump.
Oh, snap. We've been joined by the eloquent, the elegant, and the exquisite Tory Experience. Where you been? I ain't seen ya. Hey, I've been handling business, and salute to the Tory Experience, standing on business. I appreciate that. You said I've been ready, but I was hesitant. No, I appreciate Melanated, the Majestic, because you have been extremely patient, and I was patient too, but yeah, it was getting into incoherent territory because bro wasn't really trying to build. He came to kind of antagonize. And like I said, sometimes that's good because it makes the conversation more entertaining. It allows me to put on my chef hat and apron to cook a little bit more. You feel me? I can do my little Salt Bay thing rhetorically. But at some point, like, bro, like, once you annoying me, but you also annoying my mods. I respect my mods. And like Big Rig is a very, Big Rig know what I say. He cold, but he consistent. Bro is cold. He got a cool demeanor, but he consistently stand on business. And it's like, if you disrespecting, bro gonna get you up out of here. You got the marvelous My and the majestic Melanated. They have been very peaceful and patient. But like Marlo came through acting like Marho, pointing the fingers and making accusations. It's like, bro, I would have let you rock out. But like I said, the incoherent babbling and the antagonizing nature, yeah, sorry, bro. You know, go sit in the corner and go circle jerk to some Pan-African proverbs, bro. Hopefully you have a good evening. Oh, you had trial last week. Well, hopefully you don't get railroaded like they trying to do, you know, the brother Carmelo and all of our people. So blessings to you. And he said, Melanie, yeah, I know. That's what I said. She stay armed and ready, but you know, she don't like overexert. But I understand you've been busy and that's good, right? I know that you you know, live a very productive life. So salute to the Tory experience. I won't time out or ban anyone unless you say so. It's your chat and stream, dude. No, I respect you. You know what I mean? Well, you're a mod for a reason, but you got to use it up for your discretion. Once I'm already telling y'all the tenor of how I like my chat to go, I don't mind trolls and stuff. But yeah, once it starts getting into the disrespect, it starts getting into the babbling incoherently where you're trying to intentionally derail the stream from what I'm talking about to make it about you. And then if you don't even look at this, right? Bam, big rig, profile pic. Bam, Tory, profile pic. Now, Cloudness, this ain't his profile pic, but I know what bro look like. My and all this stuff. I don't care if you got an AI enhanced version of yourself. I don't care if you got a picture of yourself when you was a baby. At least have a pic because that knows that you are at least have some level of self-esteem for yourself. But if you're over here and you got all this stuff to say, but you have some random photo of Kirby or, you know, Yoshi or in the Mario Brothers, is like, come on, bro. And I'm supposed to, you know, respect what you're saying. You don't even respect yourself enough to show your face, bro. Like I said, create an AI version of yourself, bro. Are you that pathetic and, you know, have that level of low self-esteem? And if that's the case, I'm not trying to ridicule you. I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm just saying you're not formidable enough to challenge me intellectually. So, you know, go sit down and let the big boys handle it from here. But here we go again. Marho is back. You didn't do anything except put my words in mouth. Half y'all descendants from enslaved people from Jamaica. So now they trying to make us all Jamaicans, bro. It's okay that you're Jamaican. I'm not Bumbleclad, but you are a Jamaican Bati boy, and that's okay, bro. Salute to Jamaica. I tip my hat to it, bro, but I'm not Jamaican, bro. So now it's getting ridiculous, bro. So they try to go out of their way to make you a generic African. Now they're trying to make us Jamaican, bro. And mind you, this is a person that claims to be FBA, but it's not really FBA because FBA is a psyop. So then I call them Jamaican and Caribbean. Don't call me Jamaican. I ain't Jamaican. Well, what are you, nigga? Come on, Marho. Stand on business, bruh. It wasn't criminal. You're paralegal. Hey, salute to you, man. That's a phenomenal career. Yeah, I mean, bro can stick around. It's just like, be respectful, bro. Stop whining, bruh. I was trying to have a conversation. Well, if you try to have a conversation, you got to lead with respect. You came in leading with disrespect and insults and condescension, bro. So that energy is going to be begetted with the same type of energy, you know? Now he's saying I'm speaking on. So again, this person, these are the type of tether babbles, right? He says, I'm speaking on things that I don't know, but you can't say one specific thing that you can. What lie did you point out? What thing did you debunk me on? You haven't debunked me on anything. No one even knows what you are, bro. One hand, you're pretending to be FBA. The other hand, you saying that you're Jamaican and we all Jamaican. No, nigga, we're not, bro. It's just like, come on, bro. Stop with the Caribbean coonery, bro. This goofy nigga out of here, bro. Whose man is this, bro?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I present to you Marlo, the moist maniac. That's what. Hey, and shout out to Roguish. I don't think I gave bro shout out to the fam. Roguish Black Therapy. I appreciate you. You said all I do is focus on assumptions and stuff. Well, hey, shout out to Tori. Bro is really down bad. Yeah. You said, hold on. Let me do this, bro. And Marlo, I wouldn't even normally do this because you are like a faceless troll, bro. But let me just go ahead and do this, bro. I'm gonna do this right now, bro. I'm gonna just drop the link. And like I said, I really don't even, I really don't usually do this, with people that have made the pathetic arguments that you have made. But bro, the link is out there, bro. How was I supposed to know that y'all were followers of Tariq? You see what I'm saying, bro? Again, hey, bro, look, bro. Marlo, I know you were obsessed with Tariq, but bro, get his nuts out of your mouth, bro. Hey, Marlo.
With that freaky ass shit, nigga. You some freaky ass nigga. Fuck you mean? Get your freaky ass on. You know you freak.
Hey, Marlo, bro. You keep over here babbling incoherently, bro, but like, nigga, what's the problem, bro?
You got a problem? I said, do we have a problem? I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, U-S-U-S-R. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. We'll be Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's right, boy. You better get on out of here. And don't come back. Huh?
Bro, cats always do this shit, bro. There you go. How do you grift the lineage? And I gotta keep saying this, bro. Yeah, I appreciate you, Big Rig. Yeah, because it was getting annoying. You said you came in the chat agreeing with y'all like that's crazy. She made a comparison to the KKK. That's okay, right? You came in agreeing and then you want to talk about grift. You drifted off into some weird stuff. Like, come on, bro. Notice he never stated what his lineage was, bro. He said that both his parents was FBA, but he don't identify as FBA because that's a grift. And then he start talking about how he had Jamaican lineage. Then I called him Jamaican. And then he said, well, I ain't Jamaican. Well, bro, what are you, bro? Like, nigga, get your moist, goofy ass out of here, bruh.
Bro, sign me up. Where do I go? Sell out.
This man walked into a room for the National Association of Black.
Chat, y'all let me.
And I only got a little bit more because, Poetik Fatso, like in Marlo, between Poetik Fatso and Marho, it's like I can only take so much, bro. But I salute Big Rig, bro. I really appreciate you, bro. But like I said, I dropped the link for bro. I was finna come up here and cook, bro. I don't even know what he's debating about. He's over here trying to debate me because this is what they always do. Tariq is a grifter. Nigga, go to Tariq page and tell him he's a grifter. Look, just to be clear, Tariq is not my daddy. I don't know that nigga. I never met Tariq. When I'm standing on lineage business as a foundational Black American freedman, it's not for Tariq. He didn't put any battery in my back. My family never referred to themselves as African American. My family is from the dirty, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, right? Nobody in my family grew up calling themselves African American. We grew up calling ourselves Black, and people will acknowledge the native and indigenous ancestry that they had. And many people would ridicule us, oh, y'all pretendians and all this other type of stuff. And we said, nah, we're not. We just know who we are and we know who we're from. Not all of us believed in, hey, y'all just some long lost Africans. Like, bruh, that's some new age stuff that they try to put on us, and not everyone accepted that. There's no history, bro. You won't find any documentation, any post of me on social media calling myself African American. It just never happened, bro. Salute to Africans, right? I don't have nothing against Africans. I'm not a continental or cultural African. When you're in America, there's a fixation of you calling yourself African. And when you go to Africa, guess what they're going to call you? American. So the Africans on the continent of Africa recognize you as American, but in America, you're not supposed to call yourself American. You're supposed to strip your American identity and identify with a place that most of us never been. Where did they do that at? Not in Freedman Town. Not anywhere where I'm at. I'm not claiming to be some generic African, that a place that I don't know about. It's the motherland. No, it's not. If it was the motherland, why did nobody from my motherland come get me? Those are your brothers and sisters. Where were my brothers and sisters to come and get me? Right? It was your alleged brothers and sisters that sold you, but none of your brothers and sisters came and got you. But yes, that's your motherland. No, it's not.
Let me know if you can hear this. It's up as loud as it can go. Chat, can y'all hear it? Let me know. Y'all good?
I'm just saying, Big Rig.
Play it in-
Big Rig, my brother. Where's the lie, bruh? Tell me where I lied, bro. Like, if I lied, bro, I'll apologize and I will retract my statement and I'll debunk myself and dissect the lie. Just tell me where the lie was. And shout out to the Brownsville bully still rocking out. Let's get back into it. I'm about to shut it down pretty soon because I damn near got a migraine now between the toxic tether Poetik Fatso and then some random goofy moist nigga named Marlo or Marho coming through.
Until they say they can't hear. Sellout.
This man walked into a room for the National Association of Black Journalists, like hostile territory. And he walked in, not even shaking that man's hand the right way, bro. It's like you don't even want contact with him. Like, yo, based on this body language right here, bro, yo, you know she was going to be on BS with Trump.
He's a little academic. He's just a Trump glazer for sure.
Trump stood in the fire and answered all the questions. Mind you, Kamala Harris hasn't done nothing like this and probably won't ever.
In such a horrible manner, a first question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
Yo, the aura is immaculate here. Yo, this is an away game.
Reacted to an interview where, again, I felt like he deserved at least some credit for showing up in hostile territory.
I don't think Trump ever deserves credit for anything he does personally. That's just me.
Yeah, no, right?
So now this is where the Democrat shillery is coming out. Shout out to Jew Almighty, because like I said, I like the bros content. I mean, I haven't been, subbed for long. But this, come on, bro. This is just like some blatant Democrat shillery right here. He's saying that, I wouldn't praise Trump for anything that he does. So y'all know my acronym, Cecil. Same energy, same logic. Keep the same energy, apply the same logic. Would he apply the same logic to Biden? We shouldn't be praising anything Biden does. Instead, they're only saying this with Trump. There were presidents that owned slaves. Trump didn't own any slaves. I'm not saying he's a great man. I'm not saying that he supports the black community. I'm saying, how is he any different than Biden? And then they start talking about rhetoric. They'll say that, hey, Trump's rhetoric has been more harmful to black people. Well, Biden's policy has been more harmful to black people. Is Trump done and said some anti-black things? Yes. And he shouldn't be given a pass, but neither should Biden. So here we have this dude over here, Jew Almighty, saying, oh, you were glazing Trump. Oh, you voted for Trump. Oh, Kamala wouldn't have been this bad. Yeah, well, the Democrats did a lot of open borders, which flooded black communities with millions and millions of undocumented immigrants that were giving goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that you have no access to, right? How was that good for the community? In the 90s, Oakland was 47% black. Now it's 17% black, thanks to an influx of a bunch of undocumented immigrants just plopped there. NGOs helping them out, right? They're getting all sorts of state funding. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. All you got to do is type in what programs are there for immigrants? What programs are there for refugees and resettlement programs? There's programs that only immigrants could access, right? They're not even citizens, but there's already a red carpet rolled out for them. There's already money allocated for them. While at the same time, people like this toxic tether, this Liberian dude is saying, will pull yourself up by your bootstraps, even though that's not what immigrants do. they disproportionately use welfare. And I'm not against, hey, you know what I mean? No such thing as a free lunch. All I'm saying is many of these people come over and say, I came over with $2 in my pocket, which is a lie. And let's just say they did come over with $2 in their pocket. Would it, in any other context, that would be a stupid move. I'm from California, very expensive. If I say I only got $2 in my pocket, what state in California would you recommend that I go so I could pull myself up by my bootstrap? Would you recommend that I go to Utah? Would you recommend that I go to Wyoming, Idaho? There's no place that you would recommend that I say I only got $2 in my pocket and I should go and start a new life there. But somehow we're praising someone from a quote unquote underdeveloped or third world country that allegedly had 75 cents in their pocket and they came for a better life. That sounds like a stupid decision. If I say I'm from California and I got 75 cents and I'm gonna move to Utah for a better life, people be like, bro, you're dumb. What do you think you're gonna do with 75 cents in your pockets? That's because there's no programs where the money is earmarked specifically to uplift me. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. In New York, they were giving out debit cards, but only to the immigrants. And many of them had sometimes $1,500 to $2,500. I mean, I'm pretty sure many of you guys could use $2,500. They did in Maine. They had an apartment complex, but it was only for immigrants and they could get free rent for 2 years. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pull up some of this stuff. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video because this is about to wrap it up, and then I'm gonna pull up some more of this stuff and then I'll shut it down. But I just want to see the hypocrisy of, man, I'm not giving no credit to anything Trump done, but it's like you'll give credit to the Democrats who their policies have been, you know, more harmful or at the very least just as harmful as any Republican legislation put forth. But they want to pretend it's because if the Republicans are rhetorically bad, that somehow the Democrats are better because they'll symbolically tap dance for you. Nah, I'm good. I prefer no anti-blackness. However, if there is going to be anti-blackness, let it be overt rather than covert. So let's play a little bit more and then I will shut it down.
Right here, right? Look, bro, look. But I don't blame you for having that stance though, right? Again, I don't blame you for having that stance. I'm saying personally, right? Again, for the blatant stuff, right? That people say, yo, bruh, yo, Flakko, this is foul. It hurt my feelings. I don't fuck with it. Yo, I apologize. You feel right? Like not to nitpick, like the interview, like that was me giving him credit for showing up and doing an interview in hostile territory. For that was that's me reacting to that interview. In 2024, I been said I was not voting for Trump during that era. All right. So now, bruh, I can't address each and every interview right? No, but again, I can say again, my brother, in 2024, that's when, if you watch No Jumper and if you watch his content, that was when, I began to unravel. I think even when I came back to the Thursday show, I think it was one Thursday show. It was me and Lush One, and
all right, that's enough. It's just gonna be a bunch of babbling incoherently, and then it's gonna be him. Why'd you vote for Trump? Why'd you glaze Trump? It's like, come on, bro. Like, enough of this little partisan politic prattle. Trump firing thousands of black people due to DEI isn't good either. Trump's policies aren't helping us either. I concur. That's why I didn't vote for him. This is what I'm trying to say. But if you're calling out Trump, you got to call out both sides, and that's not what people do. And hey, my bad. Hey, for all of the people, right? Because y'all had to sit through that toxic tether babble. My bad. I do want to give y'all an apology.
Talo. Sorry.
Sorry that y'all had to sit through that toxic tethering. But yes, I never said Trump was good. That's why I didn't vote for Trump. That's why I always say that both parties are the same. Two cheeks on the same booties. Yeah, my bad, bro. Hey, I literally got a migraine too, so that's why I said my bad, Cloudness. That's why I had to issue that. Sorry, sorry, my brother. And salute to Melanated. I apologize, Miss Majestic. I didn't want to put you all through that. Too bad. But yeah, the toxic tethering knows no bounds. But let me pull, because like I said, I like to have receipts, right? So after this, we're gonna shut it down. And who knows, I may come back and hit y'all with a double header. But let's see this headline first. Because remember, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. No, that talk is only reserved for a particular demographic. This was in 2024. What year is it now? NYC to spend millions and millions on a new round of prepaid gift cards, debit cards for migrants, not for citizens. Are you a migrant? I'm not a migrant. I'm not an undocumented immigrant. So there's nothing for you. Shut up, nigga. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. And then with the migrants, oh, well, we got a debit card for them. Okay, fine. We got to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. Why don't they? Well, they're just seeking a better life. So am I. They love to say, what about Chicago and Oakland and Baltimore and St. Louis? Well, many of those people there are seeking a better life, but no one cares. Shut up. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Fine. If that's the standard, shouldn't we all be pulling ourselves up by our bootstrap? But that's not what's happening. Let me show you what's happening. They are expected to be distributed, these debit cards, to 7,300 migrants over the next 6 months. It was more than that. Costing the city $2.6 million. And mind you, most of these people aren't even citizens. And they're still saying, no, we have to take care of them. Let's see. Under the program, a 4-person family with children under 5 can receive up to $350 per week and $18,000 a year. Right? I'm just saying, a lot of people are not getting paid on their job $350 a week. At the bare minimum, it's $1,400 to $1,500 a month. Now, people could say, well, that ain't that much. Well, if it ain't that much, then give it to me. I'll make something shake. You give me an extra $350 a week, an extra $1,400, $1,500 a month, I'm going to make something shake. Right? Again, they're just seeking a better life. Yes, so am I. I'm seeking a better life. Yeah, but you're American. Shut up, nigga. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Okay. Well, tell these people to do the same thing as me. We can't have this standard that we got to pull ourselves up by our bootstrap, but no, we have to help these people because they're seeking a better life. They'll say this person, they're fleeing gang violence in Bogota, Colombia. Well, Oakland, there's a lot of gang violence in Oakland. Where could I go? Well, you can go in the corner and shut up and pull yourself up by your bootstrap, right? But no other group is told that. I don't know about y'all, but I can make some shake for an extra $350 a week. And shout out to Big Rig. Big Rig, that's Mr. 350, the big block boat rider. Big Rig I'm sure you could use a little extra $350 pocket change a week. Again, this is considered pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. So they're telling you that y'all don't need no reparations. Stop asking for handouts. Why y'all begging the government? As soon as these groups come over, what's the first thing they do? They go to the government and ask them for goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And you're framed to that, well, they just work harder and they work together. They don't really have to work together when the government has already rolled out the red carpet and giving them millions and millions in debit card funds. People don't pander to their base like the sheep. That's why be on here. I'm the same. I see through the good cop, bad cop. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Both of them do that, right? Just like the Republicans. The Republicans are pretending that they're against open borders, but no, the Republicans love open borders because their donors, the oligarchs, the plutocrats in the Chamber of Commerce, they want illegal, undocumented immigrants. So both parties support open borders. Many of these people, they don't want to pay American wages for a nanny, a babysitter, a housekeeper, a landscaper. So they'll pay under the table for some undocumented people that they can pay them $5 an hour, some Modella Negra and a bag of Takis. And then they can say, hey, they just work harder than you. But think of it always like this when you talk about somebody that's working so hard, right? Imagine there's two ladies of the night. Both of them are selling their cooch. One is selling it for $40. One is selling it for $400. And the dude comes out here and says, well, I'm only paying $40 because nobody wants to sell any cooch anymore. No, nobody wants to sell cooch for $40. There's plenty of women selling that monkey. It's just not for $40. And that's what they try to do. They just doing the jobs Americans don't want to do. Americans don't want to work. No, Americans don't want to work for peanuts. You pay them livable wages, they'll work. Think about this, right? There's this toxic Haitian tether going around, which I might play the video saying, oh man, Americans are lazy. Americans don't want to do the job, but he didn't say how much he was paying for that job. It's like, bruh, yes, cats will do that job. And right now in California, In-N-Out Burger is paying $23 an hour starting. You mean to tell me that there's nobody that will do the job? I could find a bunch of young black kids that will go work that job. So why are you lying and saying nobody will do that job? The thing is, they have to pay Americans $23 an hour, but they can pay the undocumented people $10 an hour, $13 an hour. That's a $10 reduction on their wages, and they're pocketing that money. So is it that nobody will do the job, or is it that nobody will do those jobs for those lowly indentured servant wages? We have to stop pretending, right? They have these mechanics, right? And they have a bunch of undocumented people. You mean to tell me there's no black mechanics that will work? There's no black people that will work construction. There's no black people that will work fast food. If anything, people would love to work fast food and get a decent wage. It's not hard. If you can get paid $24 an hour for flipping burgers, then you can get some burgers. And then at those jobs, they usually be some cool little cute chicks. So you can holler at a cool little cute chick. You can flip some burgers, get a decent wage, and it's not hard work. You mean to tell me nobody will do that? Bro, who are we kidding here, bro? Like, just stop lying. There's a bunch of adults that be like, bro, what? In-N-Out is paying $24? They don't pay that over here in whatever part of Carolina you're in. So yeah, this whole they're doing the jobs and nobody wants to do it, it's just all a lie, bruh. You said, I remember my first job, I was making $4.50 an hour. Exactly. Those are the wages that they want to get back to, but they can't pay an American that wage, but they can pay an undocumented immigrant that wage because many of them send money back, which is called remittances. So their money will stretch further whenever they go back to their homeland voluntarily or get deported. Or many of them are living in a house, sometimes 10, sometimes 15 to a house. So they can sustain being paid these low wages because they're pooling their resources. And then it gets framed as, see, they stick together. Y'all need to learn how to do this. But it's like, yeah, bro, salute to John, salute to Big Rig. But it's like, do I really want to be living in a house with Big Rig and his kid, and then John and his lady and his kids and me and whatever I got going on? And then if I say, nah, bro, Big Rig need his own space and I need my own space too, then it's like, see, that's y'all problem. Y'all don't stick together like the immigrants. It's like, bro, what? Like, my family didn't fight, bleed, and die for us to be packed in a house like, you know, a can of sardines. Nothing against people that do that. Salute to y'all. I have a lot of respect for people that do that, but part of our culture is needing our space, bro, especially if we're a group who went through a lot of traumatic stuff, right? We don't need a cocktail of trauma living under one roof. You know what I mean? Not to say that it can't be done, because many of us have done it, but sometimes you evolve at a particular place in your life and in your career where you do need your space, so you don't have to spaz out on people, or you don't have to deal with maybe some minor bad habits or some minor disagreements, right? Just have your own space. Now, I do think that people do need to do a better job of possibly pulling together resources in purchasing land. And then, you know what I mean, you can create your community that way, whether it's just a bunch of tiny houses or just, you know, some single family occupant houses, right? I think that y'all can pull your resources that way. But and I'm not opposed to like a bunch of people living under one roof, but it's like you need a exponential amount of space, because, you know, sometimes, you know, if you come home from busting your butt, like you may not always want to step on a Lego, especially if the Lego wasn't from your kid. You know what I mean? That does make a difference, right? Or you come home to a pile of dirty dishes and you like, I just got home from work. You feel me? Like, I didn't clean up none of these dishes. I mean, I didn't dirty up none of these dishes. So there's a lot of nuances and stuff into it, right? And many of these people come from underdeveloped nations compared to America. So they were forced to live, you know, in close proximity with a lot of people. So when they come over here, it's just a transference of an existing culture that they already had. And it actually makes them live that way a little bit better, because many of them were living sometimes in shacks, sometimes in shanty towns, or houses that were not as robust as the houses that they have here. So now they're like, man, I was living 10 people to a house in a little tiny shack. Now we have a mini McMansion. So this is a great opportunity. Now with us, we may be like, yeah, I got a McMansion, but you know, I worked hard for this, so I want to enjoy my McMansion to myself, not have a bunch of my family members all off in my place until we have our family dinner, reunion, etc. You know what I mean? So those are just the different cultural nuances and practices, but it's often framed as, well, y'all don't stick together. Well, I mean, Big Rig could come over anytime. It's just like, I mean, does Big Rig really want to live with all of his homies? Like, you could visit your homies, you can chill with your homies, and if you need a place to crash, you can crash here. But, you know, some people are like, you can't stay here, at least not for too long. We get shut out, especially in SoCal. Yeah, there's called occupational segregation, where they shut you out and then they say, see, this construction crew is all Latino because none of the blacks wanted to work. It's like, nah, many of the blacks knew that they were going to work there and they were going to be shamed, shunned, and subjugated. So they're like, man, whatever, bro. I'll just grit and get it out the mud, bro, because it's uncomfortable, right? And think about this, right? If there's a Hispanic person who doesn't speak English and they go on a job and they're the only one who speaks Spanish, they're uncomfortable. However, they're telling black people to go on a job where everybody speaks Spanish and it's ha and kikiing. You know what I mean? And we're supposed to pretend as if they would be comfortable, right? Black and brown. Well, where's the black and brown businesses? Show me that, where there's black and brown leadership, not a brown person at the top bossing around the black people. Where's the black and brown leadership? Don't worry, I'll wait. Yes, I mean, I've seen it personally. 20 in one apartment, you know, working different shifts and stuff. You know, I tip my hat to them. That's just not part of our culture to do that. So I don't think people need to be shamed. We don't stick together. It's like, sticking together isn't about living 20 in one house, right? You know, and if you do want to stick together, let's stick together and buy a plot of land and build some houses on that land so that we can all, you know, have our space and we don't have to be crammed up in a house like that. Like, I love y'all, but I ain't trying to be crammed up now. The, you know, the lovely ladies in the chat now, you know, y'all can come cram up in the place. I'm good. Y'all can come cram up, but like, hey, I'm not finna be crammed up in a house with a bunch of niggas. I'm just not doing that. Y'all can come over, y'all can party, y'all can drink, y'all can party and BS. But the only cramming and ramming I'm doing is with the ladies. And shout out to my still rocking out. And thank you for everyone for liking this stream. Keep those likes coming. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. And yes, my you know, like I said, you know, you are cordially invited. Ladies gonna get crammed too. That's what I'm saying. Crammed, rammed, slammed, boom, bammed. I'm just saying. And I do appreciate, and you said grown-ups need their places. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm a grown-up trying to do some grown-up business, right? I'm a grown-up, but I'm trying to do the grown-up. You bring over a voluptuous baddie and you want to do the grown-up, but it's hella niggas in the house, bro. I gotta stiff arm one nigga. I gotta hurdle one nigga just to get to the back so I can lay the wood. I'm good. Like, y'all my niggas. You don't gotta go home, but you gotta get the hell out of here. I'm just saying. So once I'm about to slide in some slippery vajayjay, I'ma have to hit you like this. Hey, my brother, I love you, but I'm finna go in.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying. When I'm finna penetrate, you need to exit stage left. But let me show you one more again, because like I said, I like to bring the receipts, and I just want to talk about, you know, and shout out to the bro Big Rig. Bro been rocking, bro. I appreciate you, fam. But let me show y'all there's one more thing. I can keep going and going with the receipts, but I've already been rocking for 4 hours. So, but here's another one, right? Migrants, not citizens, migrants get up to 2 years free rent for new apartments. So these are brand spanking new apartments. Have any of you guys ever got free rent for 1 month, 2 months? How about 5 months? How about 6? How about up to 2 years? Does this sound like pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? I'm just saying. A new program in Maine will provide asylum seekers with free housing. I'm a foundational Black American freedom, and my family fought, bled, and died here, fought in every war. And I ain't never, ever, ever got no free rent. Again, does this sound like pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? Goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. People so what about black on black crime, fatherless homes, black culture? Like, you worried about that, but what about this, right? You can't blame George Floyd and BLM for this. Now, again, with the asylum seekers, they're just fleeing gang violence. It's so dangerous. But I thought y'all said Oakland was dangerous. I thought you said Chicago was so dangerous. That's why you call it Chirac. Baltimore is dangerous. Where could the citizens, the native population of Baltimore, Oakland, or St. Louis flee? Shut up. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. But with them, oh, you're an immigrant? Come on down and we'll give you free rent. And not only that, we'll give you a debit card. Not only that, they were giving them strollers, counseling, free legal services. Look up California. They allocated $50 million for free legal services, but only for undocumented immigrants. So if you're a citizen, shut up and figure it out and get your own legal counsel. But if you're an undocumented citizen, hey, don't trip. We got you, to the tune of $50 million. Again, does this sound like pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? Just saying. Now I can go on and on about it, but you guys could, guys could look this stuff up yourself. And many people be like, what? I never knew that. Wow. Yeah. I'm just saying, has anyone in the chat, y'all let me know, has anyone in the chat ever received even a month of free rent? Forget 2 years. Have you even got a month of free rent? Again, this is the people that they say are working so much harder than you. And why y'all begging the government? And here you have people getting goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. I'm just saying. And shout out to bro. And you said, need their own peace in places under a separate roof. And you said, I wish. What are you saying? Oh, you're saying with the free rent? Okay. I wish too. Wishing on a star. I wish I could wish on a star. Ain't nothing free no more. That's what I'm saying. It's like, bruh, sign me up. I wish I can get a sweet deal like this, but it just never happened. Roguish Black Tea, you ain't know about this, bruh? Ain't you on the East Coast too, bro? Like, I'm just saying. So, I mean, I've already been rocking out for full hours. I think that this has been a fruitful stream. I sincerely appreciate y'all. So, I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all with a series of short visuals, and then we will be up out of here. And depending on how y'all feeling this stream, I may come back and hit y'all with a double header. At the very least, I will definitely come back tomorrow. But without further ado,
Ooh, B-Eazy. We all here to see B-Eazy. We want to listen to B-Eazy. Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. Subscribe to the channel, it's easy to do. If you care, then go ahead and share this fire content, extraordinarily rare. That's why I put that on mamas, he is that dude. I put that on fathers, he is that dude. So be easy.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy that dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. There's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. The definition of adrenaline. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flatline in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine and go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racking and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.